to the 5th International Science Students Forum 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm terribly sorry we're having a little technical problems. Now we shall begin again. Dear delegates and friends, the 5th International Student Science Forum in 2021, organized by the Vietnam Nation Union of Students of Ho Chi Minh City and Agency for Southern Affairs of Ministry of Science and Technology, in collaboration with the Youth Science and Technology Development Center, organized to create opportunities to exchange and learn about science, technology, art and creativity between Vietnamese students and foreign students living and studying in Vietnam, thereby enhancing the exchange and solidarity of students from countries in Asian community and countries and territories around the world. Joining us today, we are honored to welcome and introduce Dr. Vương Đức Tuấn, Deputy Director of Agency for Southern Affairs of Ministry of Science and Technology. May I introduce Mr. Nguyễn Đức Nguyên, Member of the Executive Committee, Vice President of the Youth Union School Department of the Youth Union, Vice President of the City Students Union. May I introduce Associate Professor Dr. Trần Minh Triết, Vice President, Deputy Head of Artificial Intelligence Lab, Head of Software Engineering Lab, University of Science, Vietnam University of Ho Chi Minh City. May I introduce Dr. Đỗ Xuân Hồng, Director of Technology Business Incubation Center, Nông Lâm University, Ho Chi Minh City. May I introduce Professor Ricky J. R. Wood, Professor at Northern East University, Massachusetts, USA. Professor at Boston College. Professor at Boston College, Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts, USA. Founded We Leap Forward and the Leader Brew podcast. May I introduce Associate Professor Gary Giss, Associate Professor at QCAT College, New York, USA, Dean of International Programs, Asia. And most of all, the attendance of representatives of universities, college, research institutes in the territory of Vietnam, and especially the presence of professors and students from countries around the world. Dear delegates and friends, the 5th International Student Science Forum in 2021 was launched and organized with the theme Digital Era, Digital Citizen. The forum has attracted more than 150 submissions from countries around the world into main 3 topics for discussion today. However, the organizers can only select 100 best articles from there, select 5 articles from each topic to participate in today's live discussion section. Regarding the specific schedule, today's plenary session will be divided into 2 main sections. The morning section is from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. with keynote speakers and a discussion sections on the topic Digital Transformation in the New Normal. In the afternoon, starting at 2 p.m., there will be a discussion section on the topic Technology to Connect the World and Human Resources and Application for Digital Transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that at the end of each morning and afternoon of the forum, we will have a Google Form attendance for attendees. We hope that you will fully participate in both parts of the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, digital transformation is an inevitable trend of development around the world, especially in the current complicated epidemic situation. The demand for digital transformation is increasingly rapidly. Leading to other trends in the future are smart society. What are those trends? And to start today's plenary section, you and the panel are invited to the presentation of Associate Professor Dr. Trần Minh Trí with the theme Digital Transformation for Smart Society. Please welcome, Doctor.
Okay, so good morning. Thank you very much for your introduction. And this is my pleasure to be here, and I would like to briefly introduce regarding for my topic today on how we can apply for artificial intelligence and digital transformation to develop a smart society for better life. Okay, so let me start my presentation. Okay, let me share the screen. Okay, so good morning. And today, my talk will focus on how we can apply the new achievements in artificial intelligence and digital transformation for smart society. And in my presentation, there will be about 3 different parts. In my first part for introduction, we briefly discuss about smart city and smart citizens, together with the new trends in AI, and we need to discuss to differentiate between digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. Then we go into some applications of AI and digital transformation for developing smart society, and finally will be the conclusion for what we can do in the future and open questions. The first thing is that we usually refer to developed smart city, right? In a smart city, we will provide many useful utilities to assist people in daily activities, but we really need smart citizens who can contribute to the ecosystem and also who can take advantage of all the smart utilities in smart cities. Let's imagine we need the system to provide very useful information related to the weather or even the traffic situation. But the citizen need to provide back to the system useful data to be analyzed and prediction. For example, when you find any issues in daily activities, something like traffic jam or flooding or something like that, we really need someone to report to the city in order to update the map so that we can get the information to be broadcast to everyone, and then we can get very useful information up to date. Okay, so we really need the mechanism for the people to feedback into the system and get the useful information and use in our daily activities. And here can be the new trends in artificial intelligence. We usually refer to deep learning, the new technologies that we can use to exploit useful information from big data collected from different providers. It can be from agriculture, from education, from medical images, or something like that. And when we collect large enough data, we need some algorithm to analyze and for prediction. And the new trend is using deep learning. And of course, in this one, we also have the multimedia we usually use every day, not only images, but it can also be audio clips or video clips, or even it can be the combination of different media. And one new trend I will present in my presentation by the end of my presentation, that is adversarial training. We can take advantage of different new algorithms in AI or machine learning or something like that, but we can face with some difficulties or new threats from deep learning if we misuse the technology and can be used for wrong purpose. Here we go into digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. Okay. When we refer to digitization, we think about how we can transform from analog data, something like the regular paper, that we use the scanned documents and we save into the digital format. This is the very first step for digital transformation, the very basic and fundamental step for digital transformation. So we refer to the three main concepts for digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. In the very first step, we refer to how we can transform from regular format data. It can be in analog format, it can be in paper, printed material, regular textbook, something like that. Then we can try to create the digital copy of those data in daily activities. For digitalization, we simply take advantage of the digital version of data and we put into our regular process. But for digital transformation, it is higher level for these steps. When we refer to the digital transformation, we refer to the transformation of the process of the business. We can invent something new that cannot be used before because we don't really have enough technologies, not enough data to create something very innovative. When you refer to digital transformation, we try to create and invent something new. We can think about the new process, taking advantage of what we have for the technology, for the data processing, and all digital data we have in our collection. So we go into some possible examples for AI and digital transformation to make our life better. The first thing, we usually have many cameras every day. It can be from public systems, something like surveillance cameras in the traffic system or in supermarkets or in the office. We also have the private systems from vehicles, moving vehicles, from cars, but can be GoPro camera that you can use when you travel a lot, right? So we collect a huge amount of videos every day, and we need to process to get useful information from the raw data. The first possible application can be counting people in the crowd. It can be used for surveillance systems to count people in certain area, but let's imagine when we have the regular scenario when we can count easily how many members are there in our room or in our office. But when we are in the crowd, very crowded people there, so how can we exactly count those people in that situation? We can estimate. We don't really need to count exact number of people in the scene, but we estimate how many people can be there. It can be something like the regression process for counting people in the crowd by estimation. The next one can be the intelligent traffic or transportation system, or we can use ITS for short. We can take advantage of the system for surveillance the camera in the traffic system, and information will be transmitted and processed in the intelligent transportation system to estimate the density or the velocity of different vehicles in the whole traffic system. And we can also predict the traffic jam that may happen in the next 1 hour or 2 hours or something like that. And in here, I would like to briefly introduce to you some possible applications for intelligent traffic system. The first one, velocity estimation. The video here are from the collection from the CVPR challenges for AICT challenge. And as you can see, we can estimate easily the vehicle velocity based on how fast it moves on the street. Just look at the road. You can see some markers on the road. And based on the markers, you can identify how long does it take for a car to pass those markers on the street. And after that, you can estimate the velocity based on the markers on the road. The next one, vehicle re-identification. For example, let's imagine a scenario when we want to find a vehicle crossing different roads, or maybe in some intersection in the road. And when we have many videos from different cameras at different locations, how can you detect when that vehicle appears? For example, here you can look at this example. For different vehicles, we can track whether that vehicle crosses several streets or intersection every day. We can take advantage of different attributes for a vehicle. It can be the type, it can be the color, it can be the landmarks, it can also be the pose of the camera. And this is an example for vehicle re-identification when we have an input as an image and we try to find the similar images of the same car in different cameras at different time and different location. You may raise the question that why don't we take advantage of the license plate? Somehow the license plate is blurred and we cannot easily read the number and digits in the license plate. So we can take advantage of other information instead of based only on the license plate. The next one is anomaly event detection in traffic video. We have hundreds to thousands of cameras every day in the traffic system. So it is not feasible for human vision to look and monitor all activities and find the anomaly event in those videos. So we need some mechanism to check if there is any anomaly event happened in some camera, then you can raise the alarm to the human vision, and then we can actually verify and confirm whether we have any accidents or traffic jam or something like that happen in the traffic video. In this example, you can see that we use average moving video, so we can remove the moving object in the background and only the stopped car will be identified as some anomaly event problem in the system. In the next example, we can analyze the traffic flow, and these videos are from the Vietnamese camera. This from last year challenge organized by the Ho Chi Minh City for counting the number of vehicles for each type of the vehicle in each main flow. And you can imagine we can count exactly the truck, the four-wheel vehicles moving for different directions in different weather conditions or lighting condition, even at the night or in the rainy season. We can have different types of anomaly event for the system to look at. It can be something like arson, stealing in the supermarket, or fighting or road accident or robbery. And it is very useful if we can deploy algorithms to analyze and give the very useful event detection from surveillance camera, both from the public and the private cameras. The next thing is that, as I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, we aim to develop smart cities. So we really need smart citizens who will contribute as the sensors for the whole system. We refer to the world as a crowd sensing and citizens as the sensor. When you see the tree falling in the street, or we find some flood or traffic jam, you can take a photo and you send the photo back into 1022, you know that the number in Ho Chi Minh City. Whenever you want to report certain event to the government, you just call into 1022, okay? And if we just make a dial to the system and we need some operator to be there to listen to your report and analyze and forward your information to the corresponding departments in Ho Chi Minh City, yes, it is practical situation. However, we can enhance the efficiency of the whole system by taking advantage of the automatic system. When you make a telephone call, we need to have the speech to text technology for Vietnamese people. So we don't really need the operators to be there. We can analyze the word, the phrases, and we can forward the possible information to the officer to process. We can also analyze the image of different scenario for flooding, for traffic jam, or something like that. And when we have the photo to be sent from citizens to the office, then we can automatically analyze and raise alarm to the corresponding office, or we call to officers to understand the scene and process in real time, okay? And in here, we can analyze the flooding and the traffic jam based on the human pulse estimation. We can easily identify the human pulse. You can see the human pulse in the right corner in here. And we can estimate whether the water level is higher than some certain level if we compare to the human pulse. And if the water level is higher than your knee, then maybe we can report as a possible flooding in some certain area based on the regular traffic camera. The next topic is social media analysis. Every day we get a huge amount of social media. It can be from newspaper, it can be from YouTube channel, it can be from different online television channels. And how we can easily identify the useful information and get the information analysis step for those operations. In this example, it is from a project in Eureka last year by a student. We can analyze the YouTube channel from CNN to get useful information. And we can put the news from the video channel to the corresponding geological area. By this way, we can easily know the news is related to some certain region in the world. And when you click over certain area, you can get the information corresponding to the celebrities. And we can easily also find the top trend person appearing in the videos of the news channel. And you can also borrow, you can also search for some certain celebrities in the video easily. The next example can be, we can analyze the brand name appearing in some certain programs in television. And we can also analyze the useful information from a football match. For example, in a football match, we can analyze some certain events like scoring or some kind of replacing the football player in a football match. And we can look at those events automatically, and we can highlight the event in such case. Smart utilities for tourism is very, very important. After the COVID-19 pandemic, we want to develop the tourism again, and we need some smart utilities to assist people, especially for foreigners, to explore different regions in our city, in our country, and in our region. So we need to develop smart utilities for tourism. And we can take advantage of smartphones as a special prism. When you use your smartphone as a special prism, you can take the photo of different landmarks in Ho Chi Minh City or nearby region in Mekong Delta or in different regions in Vietnam and other countries also. And we can answer the question for foreigners or visitors to some certain city that what is the building and where we are right now, okay? We can have the landmark recognition by processing the information from a photo to know where you are, and some certain activities can be applied then. You can buy the ticket. You can also get the information about the history of that landmark. Here are some examples of how we can use the smartphone is a special prism to get useful information. For example, you can take the photo of some famous building and you know the name and the history of that building, and you can also get useful information for activities or events or attraction related to that building. In the next example, when we want to explore the useful information in a museum, we can develop the new modalities for interaction. We call this one as a smart interactive surface. In such case, you can use your finger to touch on the surface and you can get the feedback, the information related to some certain object or maybe moving objects in the video easily. For the next one, related to the new modalities for interaction, you can also use the hologram box. We can develop something like a hologram box, and we can use the natural interaction using your finger or your hand in order to touch, or just we have non-touch system for interaction with this system. And we can easily see the 3D illusion of those objects. And one more thing is the virtual exhibition. This year, you can enjoy the virtual exhibition in this event. And I hope that you will enjoy different demonstration from different universities, organizations, and companies in the virtual format. And we get the advantage of the augmented, virtual, or extended reality. In this case, I refer to the three different terminologies. The first one is augmented reality, in which we can combine the reality and some extended information to be combined into the reality. We already enjoy the game Pokemon Go 2 or 3 years ago, right? That is very useful and successful example for augmented reality. For virtual reality, in this case, we just want to refer to the virtual environment generated by the computer, and we don't really want to mention about how we can add more information for the reality in daily activities. And for the word is extended reality. It is the term to refer to different kinds of augmented or virtual reality as a whole. And in this one, you can see we can combine both the virtual and the augmented information into the same environment for interaction. It is very important to provide the context-based assistance. For example, when you look at the picture of the very famous person in the museum, you want to know about the biography of a person, or you want to give the name for foreigners to know for different food and fruits in Vietnam, especially in Ho Chi Minh City and Mekong Delta. And you can also know about the ingredients and how we can cook that dish or that food and the calorie if we consume the food. We can easily develop such useful applications and it can deploy in your smartphones. This is an example for exploring information in a virtual environment. You can have the exploration for human body and different organs by wearing the head-mounted device, and you can use the special controllers in order for interaction in this case. AI can be very useful for healthcare, especially when you want to have the very good health. The first thing is the smart lock in an operation. Sometimes we don't have enough time to take the note of different activities and certain events in the operation. And we can simply record human voice in an operation, and we can take advantage of the speech to text technology in order to have the automatically transcript in text in Word from the sound you record in the operation room. And in the COVID-19 pandemic, apart from the quick tests we usually use, we can also analyze the X-ray image to predict potential threat from different diseases, including for predicting the COVID-19 using the X-ray image. For medical assistance, we have different kinds of images or visual information from MRI, CT, or microscopy or endoscopy. And we can have the anomalies detection for the polyps or some kind of the diseases from different kinds of media. We also have the classification to know exactly what kind of disease or potential disease from images, or we need to count how many cells for treatment, cancer treatment. And if we want to take advantage of the AI, we need to develop certain algorithms. This is an example for detecting the polyps in the endoscopy process. And you can see it can be processed in real time to assist experts in evaluating and identifying the potential threat in medical assistance. The next thing I want to introduce to you is the relationship between artificial intelligence and information security. We can think AI can provide a lot of useful and practical applications to make our life better. And of course, it can also provide a new solution for information security issues. It can protect your identity. You can use your face or your finger to log in automatically and easily in your smartphone. That is the biometric authentication system. You can process many things in a very fast way, but the AI also raise the new problems or threats for information security, as I will explain to you in the next slide. Just have a look. In this video, you see the former President Obama, but actually he is introducing the course at MIT for artificial intelligence. But actually, this video is a fake one, not the real one. We can control the face or even the voice by someone else in the background. You can have the behind the scene. In this one, this is the real person. And we can use this one to control the motion, the facial motion, and also for the voice to be generated in the course from MIT. And in the right corner, you can see unreal person to be generated by the computer only. After seeing the pictures of thousands of celebrities, famous people in the world, the computer can easily generate the very natural looking person, but they are not real in daily activities. We not find them. Okay. In this example, you can see we can have the facial swapping.
It's a very difficult bill to pass because there's a lot of moving parts and the legislative process is...
Okay. In this example, you can see that from the very first video, we can control and synthesize the output video. So how can we differentiate between the real and the fake video clips? That is one problem. The next one, we want to take advantage of the camera, as I explained to you in the very first part of my presentation, for the surveillance camera in the public system or private system. And we don't really want to be there for 24 hours per day and 7 days per week just to find if there is any intrusion in the system. So we use machine learning, we use AI to monitor and raise alarm for us. But in this case, just look in this example, the system, the AI system can identify the person, but the bright person in here, he can be invisible for the whole system because he used some kind of the special pattern so that the system is tricked. And when he gives this pattern to the guy in the left-hand side, you can see this guy becomes invisible from the viewpoint of the human vision. No, but for the AI, he is invisible. So please be careful for adversarial attack when we try to trick some certain system, because it is only a human vision or computer vision. It is only computer vision, not human vision. So we should be very careful when we use the AI, the machine. And for the conclusion, I would like to share with you some message like this. If you want to develop a smart society, a smart city, we need to research and develop applications from different fields of research. Of course, AI is very useful, but we need to look at the security issues to protect the potential threats. we need to develop a very useful, efficient way for human-computer interaction, and we need to invent new modalities for interaction also. Network, 5G, something like that, is very useful if you want to take advantage for the communications and the feedback from intelligent system. And we need to develop with the software engineering skills to develop very scalable and reliable system to assist people in daily activities. We also need the collaboration between the system and the smart citizens to actually take advantage of the useful utilities and to provide the data back into the system for future prediction to assist the community. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jung Min-ji, for having a very practical and close sharing about smart society and smart city. Professor, we are all superstars in my point of view, because we are all surveillanced by cameras 24/7. And obviously, intelligence are playing a very important role in our lives, including protecting our health and lengthening our youth. So I don't see why we should not be loving artificial intelligence, right? Because we're all superstars. We're all covers in cameras 24/7. We are all on every cameras there is in Vietnam. And thank you so much for your presentation today. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much.
And what about the delegates in our forum today? Do you have any discussion to discuss in order to clarify the issue further? Please turn on your microphone and your camera, so we will be able to discuss with the Associate Professor Dr. Jung Min-ji.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Quốc, currently student at Ho Chi Minh City University of Education. I share a great appetite about your topic regarding the adversarial attack. So this is a really serious problem in our modern millennium. So I would like to ask you about our government orientation. Has we oriented about the solution to this attack, or we think it is a little bit unrealistic in Vietnam, so we look over it? That is my question. Want to deliver to you, and thank you very much for your sincere presentation to us.
I think the slide is a little bit okay. Can you ask me the last part, because I think the slide is not very clear for me to listen to your question.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Okay, it's okay right now.
Yeah, I mean that has our government oriented the solution to adversarial attack? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. When we look at some advancement in technologies, we need to look at the two sides, the good side and the bad side. And of course, the government very carefully decide how they can employ the technologies to assist the people, and they can protect the security issues for possible vulnerability in the whole system. And you can think about the camera. When we buy the camera for personal use, we don't really care about the potential malware in the camera. But for deploying the system of cameras for the whole city, the government carefully check and get the advice from experts to verify whether there can be any potential threat, or they have to update the firmware to replace the potential malware in the system to replace such thing. So when we develop the system, we need to look at the two sides, and don't be worried about the solution for the government. Okay, thank you. And I hope that in the future you will be the expert to assist the government and the community to choose the very practical and secure solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, for your practical question, and thank you, Professor Jung Min-ji. Do we have any other questions that we'd like to discuss further with Dr. Jung Min-ji? Dr.
Hello. May I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Thanks, Professor Trần Minh Triết. My name is Đỗ Xuân Hồng. I come from Nông Lâm University, and I also have a presentation today. I think your presentation is very interesting, and it poses to us a lot of application for AI. I have actually two questions. The first one is many examples in your presentations come from, I think, like advance in AI technology globally. And I'm thinking about how about in Vietnam and particularly in Ho Chi Minh City? What is the state we are in right now? And do you can you share any perspective about the focus that we are investing in right now? That is the first one. And the second one is, as Hoàng Kim mentioned, we are now on surveillance 24/7. So I'm thinking about how about some regulations in the futures to, to regulate that information, because that is something related to our privacy, right? Can you also share this important information as well? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for the question in this situation. The first thing is that in my presentation, not all the demonstration are from international research. I borrowed the demonstration from students who actually attended in the Students' Scientific Award in Ho Chi Minh City for the last 5 years, because I want to emphasize that students and young generation, especially in Ho Chi Minh City, the students can develop and can also invent some new technologies that can match the international standard. But it is very important to realize from their very initial results into the practical applications to be deployed in a large-scale system, for example, for the whole city or in some pioneer region. Yeah. So the first thing is that in Ho Chi Minh City, I think we already deploy several systems related to application of AI. For example, for the traffic monitoring system, at least right now, I know that in Ho Chi Minh City, we have a system for taking all the information from cameras in the traffic system to analyze and raise alarm for some certain events, especially for traffic jam or people counting or vehicle counting or something like that. And many institutions and universities already have the group and the solutions to be already deployed to assist the people and the government in traffic system and security issues. And in medical treatment, I remember that there are several applications for AI to assist experts for predicting and diagnosing from CT and MRI or X-ray images, but we really need to develop more in order to adapt into the Vietnamese diseases and situation. And for the privacy issues, yeah, this is very important. And I think in the future, we will have some regulations related to protecting the privacy, especially for the cameras or images. I think it would be very important to get the proposal or ideas from researchers, practitioners, from universities, academia, and also for industry to give the very good draft proposal for the regulation related to the security and privacy for people in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. And Doctor, I do have a question myself.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that okay?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so thanks to the artificial intelligence, we have scientific movies. We have all kinds of movies and all kinds of different events that are based on digital transformation. And should we be worried about a future that artificial intelligence just keep developing and growing until they outgrow us, and then they just take all over the world, like Bill Gates once said that artificials will eventually be dominating the world? Should that be the issue we should worry about?
The first thing is that AI now can also generate the new models for AI. Yeah, this is the real thing. So I don't want to have the conclusion whether we should worry about that or not, but control on what we are going to invent and deploy. And we also need to look at the social aspect, social effect of the advancement in AI. Because if we rely so many tasks on the AI, we should be lazy then, right? So there should be some kind of the hybrid solution for take advantage of the new technology and how we can balance with our daily activities, because we should not rely only on the AI, but we should have something else. We can manage them, we can control them, and we can work with them in a good way. Okay.
Okay, so how exactly do we know that we use it in the good way, in an enough way? Because they say that too much of something is bad thing. So on what scales should we be relying to in order to, like having a sense of humanity left in us for not using too much AI into turning us into just completely machines, cold-blood people. So how can we define that we're using too much of that?
Maybe it should get the feedback from the communities to see whether most of the people agree with the level we are using this one. And it really depends on your subjective decision also. But I think we should listen to the comments and advice from other people, especially from the community, to determine at what level should we be there to be safe, to be successful.
Thank you, Doctor, because this is a very intriguing topic for me. So excuse me if I have too many questions for you this morning.
I think it was really an interesting topic. Okay.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And thank you all for your questions. And I'm sure that all the questions helping Dr. Jung Min-chik's presentation much more come into life and more practical. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, thanks to the very meaningful and interesting presentation of Dr. Jung Min-chik, we've now learned about more upcoming trends in the future. However, what are the challenges and opportunities for us in embracing those trends? We invite you to the presentation of Dr. Do Sung Hom, International Integration in the Era of Digital Era, Opportunities and Challenges for Vietnam. Sincerely welcome, Doctor.
Thanks, Hoàng Kim. Just one question. You see my presentation clearly on the screen right now, right?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much. And again, thanks for having me here. And I think I will learn a lot from this forum, especially after the opening remark from Professor Jung Min-chik. It's a very interesting topic, and I hope that you will also find some information that's useful for you as well during my around 20 minutes of talking. And I'm very happy if you have some questions or discussion after this. So first of all, I want to indicate that this is not a topic of research. I'm just sharing a perspective from my experience working, teaching, and doing research all overseas. And as you see that I graduated from Nông University in 2009. And after that, I worked in Nông University as a lecturer for 12 years. But half of the time, I have been studying overseas or working overseas. I also visited some leading institutes, and my observation during these 6 years form a perspective about international integration that I'm very happy to share with you today, and also having some feedback from you as well. So first of all, I want to share a general consensus about global integrations. This is a perspective from World Bank Group. They published this in 2020 in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. And you see that now people believe that global integration is essential to address global problems. And also we need to think about, so who are the players in this game, and also what we can benefit from the standpoint of a developing country. We are now the middle income country, but what can we get, and what is our responsibilities in this global integration procedures? And if we look closer in this report, you will see that the reason people now emphasize about global integration is because there are a lot of benefit comes out from this. For example, this is a figure in this report, and as you can see, the dot over here showing that the poverty rate has increased in the last 4 decades, and people see that these decreasing trends have a strong relationship with what we can observe in the international trade and also all other international aids and so on. But there is one point we need to be careful about when we think about global integration, is that there is a strong correlation between international exposure and the economic and the economy of the nations. If you look from one side, you can think that international exposure or international integrations will lead to the economy of the nations. But if we reverse our look, there is a two-way correlation, right? It can also be that because you have more money to spend, so you invest in global integrations, and it will become a cycle that leads to new benefit from global integrations. Over here, I think like I will enable my laser point so that Vietnam is over here, and all the blue dots over here are developing economies, while the gray one are developed economy, and you will see that there is a strong relationship between the two factors: GDP per capita and the exposure score, a representation of global integrations. And we think that Vietnam spent quite a lot for global integrations relative to the GDP we have, and that also been a visions of our nation at a very, very high level in policy making decisions. If you follow the topic, this topic, foreign relation in international integrations, even in Communist Review, the journal of the Communist Party, you will see that from time to time, you will have update about the visions, the strategy of our nations in global integration. And this is a very important part of our national policy right now. And if you think about the recent movement of Vietnam globally, you will see that this has been happening in the last couple of years, and especially the last decades. For example, now Vietnam is the membership of many important partnerships and corporations. And the figures on the right-hand side over here show you that these are all Asian countries, right? The green one, Asian countries are in here. And you will see that Vietnam now in a lot of agreement, free trade agreement network, including APEC, CPTPP, and also some other collaboration with other regions or other countries. So it's means that we spend a lot of effort to strengthen our relationship with other nations. That's the one thing for sure. And perhaps because the economy of a country is the surface of the image. So all of that, we think about global integrations. We think about the economy, but the whole situation is more complex than that. And I will spend the next couple of slides to share my perspective on that one. But again, we look back at the situation in the last decade. And now Vietnam have twice taken the position of a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. And we also host many important summits. The latest one is the 2019 summit. And from the perspective of the international community, Vietnam is rising as a middle power globally. And we're also growing our confidence as a meditator in Asia. So that's our situation. And you will see that this situation means that we invest a lot in global integration, not only in economy, but in all sectors. And of course, the reason is because global integration in the information eras open new opportunities. I put a perspective from Forbes in just published recently. You will see that it transforms all companies of all size in all of technology, all sectors. And this phenomenon is a global phenomenon, not only in developing country or developed country. And if you put that in perspective, you will see that now we need to take all of the support and aids and also opportunity that are lying out there to apply that for our digital transformations process. And global integration will help Vietnam to transform its economy in this information era. Absolutely, this is one thing, because global integration will provide you with its external force to accelerate sustainable developing, regardless that is technology, science, economy, or even cultures, and so on. You will see that even in the slide you seen from Professor Trần Minh Triết, a lot of new advances in science and technologies globally now are sharing. They share, and we can take advantage of those established technology, algorithm, and so on for our research, for example, and that's applied for all sectors. And also another perspective that some of us might forget, because of global integrations, now our physical and mental well-being have been improved significantly relative to the last couple of decades. Let's talk about the COVID-19, for example. It is a sad story, but we have not been developed successfully any vaccine for the virus, right? And thanks to global integrations, we can take advantage of new advances and the products overseas, and then we use that to support our recovery from the pandemic. So that's one example, a very universal example for all of the problems that have been raised by the COVID-19. Thanks to global integration, we are entering a new normal right now. I can feel that throughout my connections. But again, it opens new opportunity, but at the same time, it also brings new challenge as well, right? What Hoàng Kim discussed with Professor Trần Minh Triết is also one of the part of the new challenge, because that is totally new. We enter a global community, so we need to get used to the new standard set by the global community, not our value anymore. And that is the reason why we will need to implement new regulations to support and to address the challenge coming from the new standard. And also, when we're thinking about global integrations, not only Vietnam doing that, many countries, even Asian country, you name it, whatever country, they are trying their best to integrate into the global community, just like us. So we need to be smart and doing that efficiently to not being left behind. And that's another challenge. Is not simple to solve at a national scale. And also we need to be careful that, well, we can avoid being over-dependent on international aid and support. In the end of the day, the development of Vietnam depends solely on the strength of Vietnamese. And we as Vietnamese need to take that into our heart to ensure that we have the qualities and the ability to accelerate this process. And also when we integrate to the global, you need to be responsible and you need to have some trace of the global citizens. I think like a lot of people over here, a lot of delegates here are students from Ho Chi Minh City University and in other cities. You can see that in some specific topics, Vietnamese seem to not be a very responsible citizen when we integrate to the global communities. And that's another challenge, how to integrate, but at the same time, we keep our value and we also be a good person in the observation of people from all other countries. That is something we need to consider, and that's the challenge. Okay, so enough with the big pictures. I want to share my perspective based on my experience working with a large communities. This is a paper we published in Science last year. And I think like it is a good example to show you that global integration is not only about economy, not only about technology. It applies to on sectors, for example, science or even entertainment and so on. So in here, in this paper, we try to investigate whether we can attribute change in the river stream flow to climate change. And if you look into the list of all the authors in this paper, you will see that there are a lot of people coming from different nationalities, and also they're working in different institutes And we have a total number of 19 institutes involved in the publications. So what is the lesson learned from that one? We are in a big communities. So the question is, what can we bring to the table? And also, do we have the quality to keep our progress, to ensure that we keep up with the advance of the community as well? So to give you all the delegates a bit of information about this climate change research part, I want to introduce to you this graph. Some of you might have been see that somewhere. Is our climate system, and we can imagine that there are no single factors that stay by themselves. All of the systems are integrated, and they are interacting with each other. And what we are seeing in the last 4 decades is that people are concerned that the concentrations of some greenhouse gas are increasing at the unusual rate, and that will change the whole system. It will change the whole system. The question is, how can you set an experiment to prove that? Is it very important? We only have one planet and we can play around with that, right? So that's the reason why people set up some models. And this is where the importance of the digital era come to. Since 1960s, the global community have developed very complex models. And you can imagine that in their computers, they divide the world into different grid cells, into a 3 dimensions field. And on the X and the Y axis, you will see the grid. And also on the when we increase the elevations, you will also different layers as well. And what is the challenge is that people will need to have some formula to represent the interaction between all the information in this system in 3 dimensions. And even though these models are very useful, they will provide a test bed for us to understand how the change in the atmospheric conditions will lead to other change. For example, what is the evaporation or precipitations, or what is the river's stream flow, and so on. That they are very useful, but because the way the model work on a computer like that, they create many challenges. For example, most of the research in climate change, they want to use a range of different models. If you look into here, you will see that the band over here, each of them represent 1 simulations. But because no model is perfect, the people in the global community want to use a large range of models. And when you increase the number of models used, that increase computational resources as well. It's been that before you only need 1 computer. Now you need more computers. That is a good example for us to catch the idea. And at the end of the day, what we try to get out from these research are that if you have a normal, current climate condition like this, where you see on the left-hand side are the cold day, and on the right-hand side are the hot day. That is the current climate is the gray bar over here. And if when you're talking about climate change, you think that the whole distribution shift to the right-hand side. That's a good example. So it means that in the future, we will have more hot day, more extreme hot conditions. And also the average temperature will increase as well. And if people want to, you can see that the whole distribution is like this. And people want to identify what is the range of change in the global temperatures in the future. If you change the emission concentrations, but you don't want to rely on 1 model. We want to rely on a range of different models, 33 or so on. And those research have been used by IPCC to enable, to support the discussion about climate change at a global scale. But what are the challenges come from these applications? As I mentioned, we are creating a 3D model for the whole world, right, for the Earth. And it means that all of the information generated will need to be stored somewhere. And it creates some problem related to data warehouse, where to store them. And also, after you store them, normally a research group, they had just a couple of people. Now they have 30 models to analyze. Where are the resources? If you want to use the resources from other people, you need to share the data to them, right? So how to share the data? What are the infrastructure behind those sharing procedures? And how to share that efficiently? Let's imagine that you streaming a video and then you are stopped midway. How can resume that sharing procedure, for example? And all of that one created another set of problems. And also after you have a way to share data, to store data, how about now we need to process a lot of data? We are talking about terabyte of data. Just to put you into some perspective, our local computers, generally we have something like 500 gigabyte of storage capacity. And in here, one simulation, it can easily get exceeds 1 terabyte. So how to analyze them in an efficient way? You don't want to take forever to go through an analysis, and then another set of experiments come in, and then you will be flooded with the task, right? And that's the reason why a lot of community have been formed globally. Each of them have some capacity. Some of them are software engineers, where they developed new tool set to analyze the data. Some of them are network engineering. They deploy some tools for sharing data globally efficiently and faster, and also data warehouse as well. And that's why we have many global communities. For example, the EasyBib communities. I'm proud of this one, and people are collaborating to do some research to show the world how our Earth will become in the future if we don't take action immediately in carbon emission reductions. This one just to give you a perspective about the scale of the data that we need to analyze. In here, each of the row here represent one model, and each of the column represent one input. So you can imagine that you take the input, you throw it into one of these models, and then it will simulate and generate the result. And we don't have only one experiment, but a lot of experiments. And we also need to take some auxiliary data as well. And what's the problem? Here's the problem. You have 9 models. You have 3 inputs. You have 40 years to simulate. You have 365 days a year. And you also have 65,000 grid cells globally because we divide it. And this creates something like 25 billion data points that need to be processed. And because we have a lot of different experiments, the number of data points multiplied by several times. So how to do that in an efficient way? That's the questions. And I think like that's the reason why global integration, when we think about that, is not easy, because we need the human resources to be fully integrated. It's a give and take. It's not about taking some support from the global community anymore. Now we are responsible as a global citizen. If we want to find our positions in the community that we're working to solve the global problem, we need to have a wide range of skills. For example, many people in here have very good English. I think like that's one of your advantage, because doing that, you can improve on another set as well, and you can keep your knowledge up to date. That's very important. And also, you also need to have the facilities. For example, computing resources. If you don't have computing resources, it's impossible to analyze those type of data. And also, for some software, we need to pay for the license. and that coming to where the funding for all those type of facilities, infrastructure come from. Now Vietnam have a lot of movement to support the research community like NAFO-STEP, for example, but it is just a tip of the ice. It can only support the tip of the ice. And researchers across Vietnam need to try their best to find new funding and new support to support their research. But again, I'm talking a lot about the challenge, but I need to emphasize that the Vietnamese scientists have created new advances and also have contributed to some regional and global communities right now. I would like to introduce to you this project that a lot of Vietnamese institutions also taking part in. It about climate change, because the global models are very close. It about one degree time, one degree resolutions. But if we want to explain phenomenon that happening at a local scale, you need to have final resolutions. And this project is trying their best to downscale the data so that Vietnam can have information that's fine enough for us to use for our research. And also this report just come out and have been reported in the COP26. If you are on climate, if you are interested in climate change, you will know that COP26 just have been organized in UK in November. And over here, Vietnam, the Vietnamese communities have represent a very high quality report on climate change in Vietnam, impacts and adaptation. And if you look into all of the institutions contributing to this one, you will see what a global integration is. There are a wide range of different institutions, and some institutions from Vietnam, for example, USTH in Hanoi, Him Hen, IRIS, Đại học Cần Thơ University, and Nông Lâm University also part of the partnership. And this is showing that we Vietnamese are doing pretty well in global integration. Thank you very much. That is all of my perspective, and I'm very welcome for any questions or discussion from on the delegates.
Sincerely, thank you to Dr. Do Sung Hong for sharing a very accurate information about our country's international integration today in the digital area. And yes, Doctor, that because that we come together as human beings, because of the international integrations, we now have the vaccine. We now have the vaccine to protect our own health. And thanks to that, I am an F1 myself. I come in contact with a F0 COVID infected like 2 days ago, but thanks to the vaccine, I can still go to work. Thank God for that. And ladies and gentlemen, we need to stop climate change because I have bought a lot of winter coats. And we cannot let the earth just go hotter and hotter because I can't return the coats. We need to stop climate change right now. So, and delegates in our forum, if you do have any questions to discuss further with Dr. Do Sung Hong, you can continue to turn your microphone and we can discuss your question with Doctor.
Excuse me, it's me again. Yeah, I want to ask you because this topic is relevant to my major, especially I'm a student majoring in international studies. So the problem, the topic about international integration is absolutely, undeniably, a vital topic that I want to share with you. As you mentioned in your presentation, we do have to agree on the point that Vietnam we are possess the rising position in many platforms, on many international platforms, especially the COP26. The COP26 about climate change. Now we back to the story in the COVID-19 context. As we see that the story about diplomacy in the context of COVID-19 is told by the diplomat statement. It means that it is made by the government, the vaccine diplomacy, this story is absolutely told by the government. So one major point that I want to ask, how do you think is that how do you think about the role of people diplomacy in such a new normal context like this? Do you think that the people diplomacy is becoming less popular and less vital than the role of government in making the diplomacy in the COVID-19 context? So how do you think about this point?
Okay, thanks, Phúc. Thanks once again for a very tough question. And also, I just want to share with you some information about COVID-19 as well. I'm an F0, and so probably thanks to the vaccines, even I get COVID-19, I can still work after 3 days of sick, 3 days of high fever, and so on. But after that, I can work quite normally. So probably that thanks to the vaccines. Second, let's go back to food questions. That's a tough one, especially for me. As I mentioned, I'm a researcher, and I'm quite confident with something that I'm doing research. If I'm not very sure if I should raise my voice confidently about that problem. My major is in climatology and hydrology. So, but I still have some perspective that I want to share with you. The question you mentioned about people diplomacy. But we need to put that in the context of the domestic regulation as well. So how the regulation have been established, and are we fully understand about the procedure that we can enter to that process as well, and again, everywhere the regulation have flaw in that one. It's not flawless. So if we see something that inappropriate, outdated, how can we raise our voice to fix that problem? And if we want to be a responsible citizens, we need to fully understand about the procedure, we understand about the regulations, we understand about our rights, our responsibilities. And based on that perspective, I think that if we want to make our voice become stronger, perhaps we will need to take actions, not like chit chat over here or doing some kind of like a post online, no one read that. How to raise your voice and how to make your voice heard by the people in the decision-making process, that's very important. But I hope that it probably will just partly respond to your questions, but that's in my perspective.
Yes, thank you for your answer to all of Phúc. Thank you so much for raising your voice, for raising your question. I can see that Professor Trần Minh Triết also have a questions for our professor.
Yes, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation about international integration. I think it's very important for us to prepare for the international integration, and I would like to have some of your ideas and recommendation for what we can do to prepare is a stronger organization in our country. How we can prepare by integrating different research centers, universities, and institutions, so that we can have the stronger and larger communities in order to integrate successfully into international process. Thank you.
Hey, Professor. I think like in the end of the day, it comes to resources, even though that be human resources or financial resources. What I found from some new strategy from the Ministry of Education is that now they are forming some kind of like alliance for doing research in the university that under the support of the ministry. I think one thing that I think like we actually are having some strategy for that at the top level already, but again, how to implement that, I don't know, and I don't know how the procedure will play out in the next couple of years or next couple of decades. my perspective for as a researcher, as a lecturer, and also a citizen of Vietnam is that I'm working in this. I'm working in these sectors. I'm trying my best to contribute, and since I returned to Vietnam from my post overseas as postdoc, I have been working with a group of people not come from my university, but from multiple institutions, and we meet regularly on a weekly basis to try to do some good research out, to push some good research out. So the lesson learned from that is that in Vietnam, there are people that are happy to contribute to the development, and they can do that without any benefit, actually, because I don't have any funding to support that group. It's all about like we want to have a good time doing research, so we meet weekly and we discuss about how to do that. That's all. So I mean, like have trust in the communities and try our best. That's it from my perspective, and other things maybe that come from some top down policies. We can raise our voice, but again, if we want to raise our voice, the dilemma is that we need to in a position to be able to have our voice heard. So in the first place, we need to push ourselves first. That's my perspective.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
And I can see Linh Vũ is raising her hands. Please deliver your question.
Yes.
I couldn't hear you. I think so.
So yes, I am with about Vietnam's raising position in international leadership, and as a part of young generation in Vietnam, what I want to ask you a question: what we prepare to take those advantages for both mindset and skills, especially in mindset? Can you share a little bit more about it?
Okay. I think like part of my presentation, I have talked about that. It is no longer a one-way relationship. Now Vietnam rising power means that we are in a position of giving and taking. If we want to have some support from the global communities, we need to bring some value to the table. So the first one, I think like every single Vietnamese, not only the young generations, but even myself, I don't know if I'm still young, but even myself now, I'm under pressure that I need to push myself over my limits every day and try to get something new inside me and keep up to date to what are out there globally, right? So first of all, as a citizen, I think like that's what we need to do. We need to improve ourselves to ensure that we have some value to contribute to the global communities. That's one thing. And the second one is that now there are some different in terms like cultural difference. And I have attended many conferences in Europe, in America, and other countries as well. It's not easy to be part of that community. And I think like because we are Vietnamese, we're born in Vietnam, and also we raised in Vietnam. We used to how people treat each other, right? And that become one of our perspective of how we should behave. But now we need to understand about the norm and also the culture of other country as well. It's very difficult, and I think like that is two things that I think like from the perspective of an individual, every Vietnamese now need to improve their quality. I mean like the capacity to contribute, and also need to form a belief that we need to respect difference, even across generation or across the different cultures. That is my perspective.
Linh Vũ, I can see that you sent us a heart. Is that like you're satisfied with Professor Đỗ Xuân Hồng answers to your question? Yes, thank you so much. And thank you, Professor Trần Minh Triết. Thank you, Võ Lập Phúc. And thank you, Linh Vũ. You guys, your question actually makes Dr. Đỗ Xuân Hồng presentation actually more come to life and have more detailed perspective. And may I ask, how are you doing on your road to recovery, doctor? You're saying you're F0?
Yep. It's just
a cold.
I would say that it's just a flu.
Okay, so you're doing okay, right? You're doing absolutely okay.
Yep.
It's good.
Just to share with you that I think like now it's very important for us to feel comfortable with COVID-19. I think like that's very important so we can enter the new norm successfully. My whole family get COVID-19.
Really?
And me, my wife, and 2 of our kids all have COVID-19. We are recovering okay, so no big deal.
That's good news. That's good news. And I thank God for that. And I actually come into contact with a positive COVID infected person because I went to the hair salon. I got my hair washed, and the person who washed my hair has COVID. So he informed me that after I woke up from my nap. Yep. So I cry a lot, but I'm doing okay. So it's good news that your family is doing great, and it's an honor for us to having you here with us today. And thank you again for your questions. And I'll see you in a minute. And dear deputies, Dr. Do Sung Hom has already helped us have a better view of the challenges and opportunities for international integration and how to better prepare for those challenges and opportunities. A quality human resource is definitely the first factor that we need to pay attention to. And before we dive digger into the presentation, I would love to give you a brief introduction of our keynote speakers that we're about to have on our discussion today. And that is Dr. Rick Arwood. Dr. Rick Arwood is a distinguished leader with over 3 decades in nonprofit organizations and global leadership, holding positions in academia, organizational leadership, and consulting. He is a professor at the Northeast University, Boston, Massachusetts, USA, and Boston College, Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts, USA. Additionally, Dr. Arwood founded We Lead Forward and Leader Brew podcast to provide an online platform for leadership scholars to connect, engage, and to build programs and courses worldwide. He has taught global leadership on 4 continents and holding visiting professor appointments at Vietnam National International University and Switzerland University, Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. Dr. Rick Arwood holds a doctorate of law and policy from Northeast University, Boston, and with a Juris Doctor from Massachusetts School of Law, and a Bachelor in Human Resource Management from Palm Beach Atlantic University. And we invite you to the presentation by Professor Arwood, Human Resource and Development, the glue that binds organizations together. Sincerely welcome.
You muted, Professor.
Professor?
Okay, how about that? Better?
I got you. We got you.
Oh, we got the voice. The voice we definitely need. All right, wonderful. So thank you for that introduction. I'm assuming that you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right, wonderful. So thank you. This is really exciting. I'm with you tonight from Boston, Massachusetts, which typically is very cold at this time of year, but we're having unseasonably warm weather. In fact, I have my winter coat with me, and I've simply carried it with me all day today. But I will tell you that the heaters are on in the room, and you might hear some clicking sounds. That's the radiator. That's the steam hitting the pipes to make us warm. So I just wanted to share that with you before we get started. I'm going to, just really kind of want to hit a few areas today that I thought would be helpful. I'm excited to have the question and answer session. To me, that's the most important part. So I'll just sort of hit on a few areas. My understanding is you have this presentation in your files, and I'm always happy, even after the presentation, to take your calls or emails down the road. So I thought what we do today is look at organizational development, also called organizational behavior, talk a little bit about big data, given that this is a science forum, and some change management as well as culture within today's topic. So first, I want us to all get on the same page, so to speak, of organizational behavior, right? So it's really this field of social studies that I often say is the glue that binds the organization together. It's bringing the individuals, the groups, the teams, the structure, all of that together, and then we get to study it. Now, what's really fascinating with organizational behavior, it plays such an important part in human resource development. I happen to have had the pleasure of teaching in Vietnam, in Ho Chi Minh City, for 4 years, and I got to see the growth in Vietnam. And the previous speaker talked about that. One of the areas that we need to work on is that whole human resource development. That's how we're going to get Vietnam even stronger. And if we take a look at the behavioral sides of organizational behavior, up on the screen, you see that organizational behavior has several parts to it. The psychology. How do we help people relate to one another? You look in Vietnam and you think, you're doing terrific as a country. Now what we have to do is start having partnerships on a global scale. So the question is going to be, how do we train our employees to be interculturally effective? That's going to be a significant question, which goes on to that social psychology and psychology area. And, when we finally understand that organizational behavior is a major contributor to developing, now we're onto something. We then move into looking at how do these organizations behave, the systematic study, if you will. We'll look at how the study can be evidenced. See, so much of organizational behavior has been on our intuition, what we think others will behave, how we think we should organize policies and procedures and provide for a complementary, a satisfactory work environment. We typically have relied on our gut feelings, right? Well, enter now the new phase of development. And when I use the word new, I'm really referring to the past 5 years, 10 years, where companies have now gone from relying on their intuition to figure out how companies should work and what employees should do and how they should behave, to a much more calculated, analytical approach. And that's because big data now empowers us to look at statistics, to look at exactly how and at what measurement employees interact as part of an organization. It's a way to inform how an organization is going to grow. Before, we just guessed and hoped that we got it correct. Now we're looking at big data and saying, well, now we have a way to understand, to help, to manage, to bring all of that together with very few limitations. What I think is really interesting about organizational behavior, when we go back to the classic theory of organizational behavior, and we go back to the Hawthorne studies, these were studies that were done to help management. And not much has changed, but because we've now moved into what we call big data, essentially data analytics, we're now taking a look at these things from a measurement standpoint. The understanding has always been that you can't manage what you don't measure. And I think that is still true to the day. The article that I'm referencing for you up on the screen, interestingly enough, is not a current article. Instead, it was written and researched back in 2000, which seems like such a long time ago. In 2000, they found that data-driven companies are going to be more likely to succeed, on average, 5% more productive, 6% more profitable than their competitors. That number today is now closer to 90% more productive and 96% more profitable than competitors on the data. You know, think about, as I was driving in this evening for tonight's discussion, I thought about, I am at the age where I can remember when we got our first email. And I remember getting an email thinking this is a really cool thing to do. I did not know where such a thing as email communications could develop. Over the years, we started to see companies requesting our email address. And we would fill out a form, and they would always in the beginning, you would enter your email twice. And I remember thinking, why am I having to enter my email twice? And then it occurred to me, they wanted to make sure that we were accurate in writing the email address because it's not something we had done before. My point is, as data emerges, as the collection of data emerges, that is going to inform organizations, and that is going to change how we go about doing business. I also believe that we have just begun to touch the surface of collecting big data and then being able to interpret that data in an organizational context. We have just barely touched the surface. In 50 years from now, imagine how much more organizations are going to be reliant on big data. It is the wave of the future, and you can see it happening now, and you need to be able to be prepared. If I was starting a career today, I would go into big data, artificial intelligence, cloud, all of that, because that's really where organizations are going to go. I mean, think about booksellers. Before the internet, you would go in, you would purchase a book, you would hang out in the bookstore, you know, you'd sort of feel it, you'd be looking page to page, you'd look around the building itself, and you would buy the book. And if the bookstore owner kept records, then he probably had the book you purchased and the amount you paid for it and maybe your address. Think about today when you go online to search a book, title or author. How much data is being collected about you is astronomical. And that's only happened in the past 10 to 15 years. Imagine the next 20 to 30 years. That's going to be something I think that will be exciting. Now, When you look at data and I compare it to organizational behavior theories, for example, my insight is this. Big data is going to reconfigure how we define satisfaction. All of the current models in organizational behavior, in organizational development, traditional models are going to focus on making the employee satisfied. Keeping that employee happy is the most important thing. With big data, the switch is now going to be completely the opposite. The data is going to be, and the focus will be on keeping the customer happy. And that's a fundamental shift that managers at these companies need to understand. We're going through that shift as we speak. I think also that big data provides the missing link between customers and managers. And where this missing link will be replaced is, for example, when managers can use their advertising budget, for example, to be much more specific as to the platforms and the forums that they're going on. I also think that big data can provide lower acquisition costs for those customers, and big data has the potential of increasing the retention of those customers. So again, that's a huge, huge development that we need to be alert and aware of. Thirdly, my view is that big data as it relates to organizations is that it will help drive the innovation. As I mentioned previously, it's no longer going to be that gut feeling, that intuition. Rather, it's going to be focused on specific numbers, specific trends, specific behaviors that are quantifiable relative to innovation, research, and development. And then finally, big data has an enormous impact on being able to personalize the experience, whether that is the experience of the individual applying to the organization, or whether that's the experience of the customer's first time or repeat time. You know, I noticed an article from McDonald's that are currently testing in New Zealand their drive-through technology relative to artificial intelligence and big data. And so when you do the drive-through at McDonald's, it will recognize your license plate on your vehicle. It has facial recognition and voice recognition. So let's say I go through and I order a quarter pounder with cheese and French fries and a Coke. The next time I go in that drive-through in my car, the voice will recognize that it's Dr. Rick, and it will say, would you like to have your previous order? The quarter pounder, the fries, and the drink. Now imagine that's the customer experience. And that's where we're going to get to in this whole level of data. I wanted to just also share with you the importance of organizations, particularly organizations in Vietnam. When we look at Vietnam and its incredible growth, its GDP maintaining consistency, the massive amount of development that's taking place, particularly in Ho Chi Minh City. When we look at that, we must always share with organizations that they are in a change environment. They are growing at a rapid pace, and therefore they need to be able to adapt. It's no longer, this is the way we've always done it. You can no longer have the mindset that this worked for us for the past 30 years. Today requires a different perspective on change. Quick introduction to Lewins. Lewins is one of my all-time favorites because it talks about our willingness to change at the organizational level. First, we must have a readiness to change. So there are organizations, companies in Vietnam that will need to have the readiness, the willingness, the desire to change. And then there's a whole implementation process, and then they need to freeze it. One of the things that you can't do from an organizational standpoint is constantly be changing, implementing, changing, implementing, changing, because that will cause customer dissatisfaction, and it will also cause a lot of employee turnover. Another change model that I also enjoy looking at is Kotter's 8 steps to change. I won't go through all of them, but I'll tell you there's that sense of urgency. One of the challenges that we have when it comes to change is we often say, well, we'll do it next year, or we'll do it in 5 years, or, maybe later. You must create a sense of urgency. So for the family business, where mom and dad have always run it and it's always worked, if you want to grow that business, we need to create a sense of urgency, mom and dad, right? And that urgency is to make the change. Otherwise, we're going to miss out on these opportunities. Finally, another model is the Kubler-Ross model, which I've always enjoyed this one. This is the one that most people can relate to when change is occurring. And you might be seeing it within some businesses in Vietnam where they're shocked at the relative success of the government and the relative success of the economic impacts. And they're just like, wow, I'm shocked. I don't know what to do. And you'll see on the screen there, there's that whole process, shock and denial. And then you go through this, this anger, this frustration. I want to keep things the way they've always been. And then you go through a depression, and then you go through some bargaining. And ultimately, organizations come to accept, for example, the use of data, the use of QR codes, the use of all of that information. They come to expect it. Finally, I want to just touch briefly on organizational culture. When it comes to Vietnamese companies, culture should not be underestimated. You need to look at organizational culture as a contributor to the financial bottom line. There's a direct correlation to a positive, constructive work culture and a successful, effective organization. And so when you look at culture, I think of it as an iceberg. There are some things that you can walk into the organization and you can see right away. You can hear. But where culture really resides is under the values, the beliefs, and the assumptions, underneath the water, where you can't really see it, but that's where you want to test it. So always think about that. I'm going to leave you with this parable about blind men and an elephant. The first blind man reached out and touched this huge animal. Remember, he can't see it, so he touches it. He touches and says, "Oh, it's this thing is smooth and it's like a wall," he declared. "Whatever it is, it must be powerful." Another one went over to the elephant's limber trunk. I think this is something that delivers water. That's what this is. It's something that delivers water. Remember, they can't see this. They're blind. Another one looks at the elephant's 4 legs and says, listen, we have a cow. This is just a gigantic cow. I know what this is. It's a cow. Another one says, and looking at the ear, I believe it's a big fan. It's a fan. There's, big elephant ears. It must be a fan. And then finally, another blind man said, in touching the elephant's tail, This is nothing more than an old rope. It's a trick. I bring that into the context of change and in the context of organizations. When COVID hit the US and abroad, all other countries, it was like this. We didn't know what COVID was, or what impact it would have on the organizations. We had no idea. Much like the folks who assessed the elephant in this case, but they did not know what it was, that wasn't the point. The point was that they all came together and all of them gave their ideas. And when we look at COVID, and yes, there are so many devastating stories, but there's also stories of where we learned to adapt. Humans are the greatest species on Earth because we know how to adapt. So yes, COVID has come along, and yes, we've had to redesign things, and yes, we've had to change our organizations, and yes, we've had to employ change management, and yes, we have had to be more empathetic. But the point is, we've all come together for this purpose, and that I think is key. On a final note, I have some photos on the screen I just simply wanted to share to remind us all that I am human. First of all, it's 10 p.m. at night here in Boston. Second of all, my time in Vietnam, I have often told friends, I left my heart in Vietnam. And to the left there, I am having a lovely lunch. We went on a tour where you could get crickets. I was absolutely amazed by that. So that's at a cricket farm. In the middle is one of my classes in Ho Chi Minh City. And then to the right is, I have always had a fear of snakes. And so I went to Cambodia and they had a snake on a stick. And for me to hold that stick with that snake on it, that was huge. So there we are. That's the QR code. If you want to take out your phones, you can certainly access that QR code by accessing the Leader Brew podcast. And that is the presentation. So I am happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. And I might have one question. Did you actually eat the snake?
I did. Well, okay, yeah. I must tell you though, I only took one bite, and then I did dispose of it.
How did it taste?
It was just like chicken. Absolute, just like Kentucky Fried Chicken, as we have here in the U.S.
So why one bite? Why not the whole snake?
No. That was enough.
So again, once again, thank you so much, Professor, for your presentation. And I think that having human resources is a thing, but knowing how to distribute human resources and knowing how to increase employee satisfaction is another thing that we need to tackle. And all the things that work together to make us great as we are right now. And I'm wondering if we have any question that we have for Professor Rick Arwood that you'd like to discuss furthermore today from our deputies. Yes, I can see Ms. Trần Nguyễn Khánh Linh is raising her hands. Please deliver your question to Professor. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much for inviting me, and I really love your presentations. So I have some questions based on your topic. First, I think during the pandemic, most of the companies started to use the technological application. So to work for the company for the employee to work online. And do you think that because of working online, so how the company change? Are there any change for the style of their leading or they controlling for the employee? And is it easy for the manager to deliver the organization culture or their value to the new employee? So that is my question.
Yeah, so it's interesting in terms of maybe a more pointed response has to do with can people be productive working remotely? And I think it's an interesting question that what we forget sometimes is that we had remote work before COVID. Right. And so you had this whole gig economy that was emerging of people who weren't working within a traditional office setting and being quite productive. When COVID struck and most everyone were forced to work from home, except essential workers, that was a different time because everything was shut down. Right. So if you're working from home, it's not like you can run down to the Starbucks and hang out or go to the movies or go to lunch and breakfast and dinner. Right. You had to pretty much stay home, and therefore productivity was increased. I think what's going to be interesting is once we get back to a hybrid format, where you're working some days in the office and some days at home, I predict that productivity will not be as strong because so many other things will be open that get us distracted, right? And so that's going to be a significant change. Interesting enough, we've had, for the most part in the US, a positive response to working from home. And in fact, we have going on at this moment a thing called the Great Resignation. Some 4 million people in the month of August quit their job in the US, 4 million. And why did they do that? Well, a lot of it has to do with the old organizational culture. A lot of it has to do with people finding their purpose in life. A lot of it has to do with stress and eliminating stress from life, that commuting. I remember in Ho Chi Minh City, my favorite thing to do was to watch all of the traffic. But I also thought about how much stress it is, particularly when it's raining. It's just the stress level. So a lot of people have really said, wait a minute, what am I doing in life? And do I really need to be? Now, I will tell you this one thing that's going to bring us all back together. And it's not me that created this. It's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The Maslow pyramid? The Maslow pyramid is quite instructful because humans have to have a sense of belonging. We've got to be around people. That's the way humans work. And so I predict that in 5 years or so, more people will be wanting to go back to the office to have that socialization, to have that interaction. And so again, it's not my theory, it's really Maslow at its core. Okay.
Thank you so much for your answers.
Sure.
Yeah.
The tough part is when you ask a professor a question, we will give you a very, very long answer.
That is okay because we are willing. I myself am willing to give all of your answers, all of your presentations today.
Thank you.
I can see Ms. Nguyễn Đỗ Khánh Linh is raising her hands. Please deliver your question to our professor.
Okay, so good morning, professors, or it might be good evening in your country, right?
Yep, it'll soon be morning.
Okay, so first I would like to express my appreciation for your very detailed presentation and also your share about the experience in Vietnam. Okay, so I have a short question for you. In Vietnam, I noticed that you mentioned the willingness capacities to change, to adapt to the changing environment in your presentations. Or I would call it the dynamic capabilities. Yes, however, in such a sector like agriculture, for example, in Vietnam, where people in rural areas are not like familiar with the concept of big data. So I wonder, how do you think we could like utilize the applications of the big data in such sector?
Yeah, look, I think one is a recognition that big data is still early, right? So it's still going to take time for rural communities to adopt. An example that I can give you in the US is farmers. So typically farms in the US, whether it's corn farms or broccoli farms or whatever the item is they're growing, typically those are in the center portion of the state, and there's not a whole lot of population. When you look at the United States, it's typically the East Coast and the West Coast is where the population centers are. Everything in between has very few people, much more of a rural country setting. And that's typically where the farms are taking place. When farmers initially heard about the cloud, Amazon Web Service, Python, the whole cloud experience, they thought it was the silliest thing ever. But when we were able to go to the farms and say, using drone technology, we can assess how often you need to change what you plant and where you plant it. And we can give you a greater yield for your harvest using data. Guess what? Almost every farmer to this day uses data. But much like resistance to change, that's also human nature. Human nature is, this has been working for me, so why should I change it? There's an expression, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. In other words, the point is, most people don't like to change. They know what works, and that's it. But once you educate them, that's the key. Education is the key. And so when individuals in cities receive education, it is my belief that they have a responsibility to share that education, particularly in rural communities. And I think that should be part of every student's experience, that they're gaining knowledge in the city and they take it back to these rural communities that otherwise would not have that knowledge.
So, Ms.
Hopefully that answered it.
Are you satisfied with the answer that Professor Rick Arwood gave you?
Yes, thank you for your very detailed answer, and we hope to welcome you back in Vietnam one day in the future, in the near future.
You have no idea how I am ready. I can. The airport's about 10 minutes away. I can leave in about 10 minutes. That's how much I want to come back to Vietnam. But I also must confess that I love Phu Quoc Island. So I am a Phu Quoc Island, and I have a dear friend on the call as well, Duc Do. I don't know if you can hear him, but he's joining me because he always helps me out on these things, and I tell him that Phu Quoc Island is where I must get to.
Yes, we also have the new Viên Wonder in Phu Quoc, and I hope you can come to Vietnam and enjoy it sometime.
Listen, I once, when one of my first teaching times in Vietnam, I said to my class, I really would love to have a motorcycle, because I would just drive all around the city. And I meant it, but not really. I was just kind of like saying, that this would be great. But one of my students actually delivered a motorcycle to me the following morning. So yeah, I will have one day.
And you have to promise that you will try the entire fried snake. It tastes like Kentucky chicken. You have to make that a task for yourself.
All right. I'm willing to, if that's what it takes, I'm willing to do it.
I'm just kidding. Okay, so there's one point that I couldn't agree with you more, that we human, we need each other to survive.
Yes.
Yeah. And I personally, I cannot work remotely myself. I just have to have personal contact. I have to goof around. I have to annoy everyone around me in order to work productively. And I do hope that you will soon come back to Ho Chi Minh City. We would love to welcome you here with a warm dinner. And I hope that COVID will eventually disappear from the entire world, giving us back our own peacefulness and the world as it should have been. And I do hope that you keep your health, and you and your family will have a wonderful Christmas party. Thank you so
very much.
Today.
Wonderful. Thank you all very much. Look forward to hearing from you.
And thank you, Professor Arwood, for interesting views on HR development. And dear delegates, the COVID pandemic has brought many challenges for citizens and economics as well. However, we cannot deny the pressure it puts on us, push us to accelerate the digitalizing process. And as a consequence, could we say that the COVID epidemic actually has brought some positive effects? Let's come to a presentation of Mr. Gary Gibbs, Associate Professor at Keokuk College, New York, USA, the Dean of International Programs, Asia, with the topic, The COVID Epidemic is a Catalyst for a Digital Transformation in Vietnam, Implications on Business, Education, Government, and the Society. Sincerely welcome.
Thank you so much. Let me just get set up here. I have multiple screens going on. I want to make sure I can see everything.
Just take your time. We have the whole day for you.
No, I understand there's a brief amount of time. Well, okay, so let me just do one more thing here. My screen is crazy. All right. All right, I'll just leave it how it is. It's doing something I didn't expect. All right, well, first of all, good morning, and I'm very happy to be here. And by good morning, I really mean good morning. I'm in Vietnam. I live full-time here in Da Nang. I came to Vietnam for work starting in 2012. And I was living in China at the time and working in China. And I was going back and forth. And it took me 2 trips, first to Hanoi and then to Ho Chi Minh City. And it was the trip to Ho Chi Minh City, I must be honest, that won me over and made me very quickly resign my position in China to move over to Vietnam. And so I, came here back then, and I'm still here 9 years later. And so I think my experience here is really going to be relevant to what I'm talking about today, because when I'm talking about COVID and the pandemic as a catalyst for change, really, which is, like what Dr. Arwood was talking about, I've experienced this firsthand with all of you for the last couple of years. And it's been a really, unique and transformative experience, as I'm sure you all know. So I come from the background very similar. I was really happy to hear Dr. Rick's presentation. I thought it was fantastic, but it also was very relieving to me because when I was invited last week to be part of this event, at first I was kind of like, really, like science forum? Because I come from the social sciences, and I saw, some of the topics, and it was very much kind of hard science and AI and all these, super high technology things. And my academic and professional background is in psychology and in international business. I actually am a professor of both those areas. And so at first I was like, okay, how can I offer something to these students who are like, way ahead of me in terms of, technology and potentially the implications. And so what I thought I would create for you, and I think it's a really great challenge. And again, Dr. Rick really touched on this. As professors, we're used to just talking and talking and talking, right? For like 2 hours, 3 hours straight in lecture. And I'm given this like 15-minute window. And I'm like, okay, how do I do that? So I feel a little bit exposed because when I was young, I'm sure you relate as students now, when a teacher would give you a really big paper to do, you would like roll your eyes and be like, oh my God, that's so big. But as I've gotten older, I realized that big is easy. You can go on and on and on. It's really difficult to make it short. you know, and I think you see this in the eloquence of somebody like Einstein's, you know, theory of relativity. It's such a beautiful, you know, E equals mc squared. It's so genius. So I am no Einstein, and I'm going to do my best to compress this in a realistic time frame. I feel, though, that there's so much more I would like to say, and I really sense that from Dr. Rick. He touched on so many really interesting things that he probably could have, you know, expanded on for hours each one. And I relate with the challenge that was, but it's exciting too. And I think it serves the role to really stimulate you all to think, you know, about what to do next and to learn more. So I think that's nice. It's almost like a teaser. All right, so let me go to my next slide and see if this thing will cooperate. Excellent. Well, okay, so what you see on the screen here is a definition of something you know all too well, right? I think all of us, you know, when this first started, most of us didn't know anything about this topic, but now we're like all kind of armchair epidemiologists, right? We know all these terms and concepts and different strains of it, of this, you know, disease and things like that. So I think the idea was that this started out, you know, very localized as, you know, an epidemic, and very quickly blew up into a pandemic, something that affected us all. And I think there's a lot of analogies to this in terms of technology as well. You know, even though in like Vietnam, we're, you know, a developing country, things spread very quickly. And sometimes we can feel very isolated from, you know, other parts of the world, like the developed nations and things like that. And what a positive, if you will, outcome of this pandemic is it really emphasized globalization and how we're all on the same planet. And, you know, there's a lot of social and environmental implications to that. But I think it's brought us all closer together. I think, you know, the idea of the common, you know, human situation that we all face has really, you know, helped speed up. And again, I think Dr. Rick talked about this, the concept of adaptability. And it also kind of brought to the forefront some things that Vietnam has been, let's say, slow to adapt to because of very traditional cultures and things like that. And I'll touch upon some of those ideas. Now, it's important, and you can look at this on the screen as I'm talking, it's important to realize that you know, this was not the first pandemic, okay? Humans have gone through this through the years. And this is just a short list of some example. You know, some of them are in different scales. Some were worse, some were less significant in terms of the number of people, but maybe they were more intense, like Ebola and things like that. But I remember living in Saigon in 2000 and I think it was 2015, that Zika was a really big fear. And I remember it well because my wife, I have a Vietnamese wife, she was pregnant with our child. And we were so panicked about this idea that if she were to get infected with Zika, which is, you know, transmitted through, you know, mosquitoes, that it could have a serious impact. If you remember that, it really had a terrible impact on unborn children and their development. And so we were so scared about that. So that was the first time in my life that I really remember actually being kind of panicked about the possibility of some sort of epidemic, you know, really affecting my life. It was horrifying. And then not that much later, we faced this, you know, experience. So my idea here with this slide is that this isn't the first time we've dealt with something like this in humanity. It's certainly not going to be the last. And I think that's such an important point to emphasize because we need to be prepared. Now, we might not necessarily be prepared for what, you know, is the actual, you know, disease that will be spreading, but it's about, you know, what happens as a result. You know, what does it trigger off? How can we be prepared in the sense of, you know, what we've gone through, the transformational aspect of this event? You know, there's opportunity and there's also threat. Now, one thing I want to preface, right, because I'm presenting this to these students, right? To you guys are young, and you know, it's cliche, especially as I'm getting older, right? I'm 51 now. I still feel like I'm a kid, but I know I'm not. Is that, you know, you guys are the future. You hear that a lot, but it's really true. It just makes sense, right? You're next in line. As we get older and, you know, we kind of phase out of our productivity and our ability to kind of get attention and to make our points and also to adapt in some way. You're coming in with all these new, fresh ideas. Your reality is something that's, been for us, something maybe difficult to adapt to. And so you'll be in a much better position to, bring about changes. So I don't have the answers to the problems. That's not even the point of my presentation. What I want to do is bring up some of the problems and bring up some of the processes that are involved. And the idea is that you can use your unique position that you're in, of knowing you're the future leaders, to start to think about how to solve these problems. And I want to present it to you from the perspective of a really macro level. Now, I know in science, in the hard sciences, that you're very, very hyper-focused, on the minutia. And in the social sciences and in liberal arts education, which is really the philosophy that I come from, that's really a big focus of American education, we focus on a really broad base of knowledge. And the idea being that if any student, whatever your field you study, you have to study a broad variety of other fields. And the idea is that that will help contribute to you really thinking, if you want to use the cliche of thinking outside of the box, bringing ideas from many other fields into whatever field you're in. And also being able to understand the interconnectedness of all these different fields together. So you can't look at science in a vacuum, a laboratory or inside of your computer, it's not the world. There's so many factors that are constantly taking place that you have to consider when you're trying to analyze both a problem and then a solution. And so that's where I'm coming to you from with this perspective. So what I want to briefly talk about are four basically macro level forces that are at play right now during this COVID epidemic. And we're certainly not through it, right? Every day I check the local news and I see our cases are getting very, very high once again. But there's a really different feeling now because a lot of us are vaccinated and things, and we're a little bit more confident and we're less panic stricken because we kind of understand this. But again, we're definitely not through it. So I want to bring up four macro level forces that are the situation that we need to think of about how COVID is affecting society and the changes that it's bringing about. And again, they're threats, but they're also opportunities as well. And that's what I really want to emphasize to you. And I'm going to, just because of such a limited time, I'm going to kind of bring up some areas that there are possible applications for your, your knowledge of, digital technology and science, of business, education, government, and really kind of the social fabric, if you will, of society. So one of the first macro level force that I want to talk about, that is something that is a characteristic of this pandemic, is this kind of challenge between lives and livelihood. And what I'm talking about is government, was faced with such a difficult challenge. It had this dual role where it is supposed to protect society, in terms of the health and, the existential threat that the sickness created or led to. But at the same time, it had to protect people's livelihoods, their ability to make money, and also the nation's ability to keep its economy going. Vietnam, as you know, we have such a strong, growth in this country. It's one of the shining stars of Southeast Asia, really of the world. It's gotten a lot of attention recently from companies all around the world who want to, have supply chain and production facilities and things in this country. So the COVID, of course, there was never a good time for it to come, but it really couldn't have come at a worse time. Vietnam was really on a roll. And because of the geopolitical conflict between the US and China, a lot of companies were looking for some alternatives for production, supply chain and things. And Vietnam was a really natural candidate in a lot of ways. And that was starting to happen. And then we have this, and, it's been really difficult. So you have to sympathize with the government because these two areas were really contradictory. In order to protect lives, and have people stay home, which was kind of the global approach in many ways, at least at the beginning, it was devastating to the economy. But if you were to ignore that and just have the economy as your focus and everybody at work, you have this, incredible spread of the disease. So, this was a really difficult situation. And it led to a lot of changes as we kind of vacillated between that. As a professor, I had some classes that I teach here in Da Nang, where we started out in person, We then went to quarantine. Then we went back in person again in the same class. And I think most of you can relate with that. And that was a really big challenge to our ability to function. So I think some of the digital implications, and this is just tip of the iceberg. I think you know better than me, being young and being really vital and studying this topic, of what possible ways you can approach this. But some of the challenges were, how does government continue to function during these periods of time, especially during quarantines? And so, e-government, here in Da Nang, they're really focusing and working with some government officials from Singapore and other really developed, countries to develop kind of what's being called a smart city, right? And it's this idea of really making this transformation from kind of the old school bureaucracy to really digitizing and bringing things online, creating opportunity for self-service, where you don't have to go in and have papers and stamps and run in circles and wait in lines, that you could do things online. Or at least you can print things and have things ready or start the process online so that you can expedite it, Other implications in terms of digital, from the business perspective of payment, people sometimes have to physically go places to pay their bills, electric, water, things like that. And again, facilitating transitioning into bill payment options and things was another, possibility, and something that continues to be important in terms of being able to, keep people apart and prevent unnecessary contacts. And then it's something I think that you can all relate with, living in Vietnam. There was so many different apps, right? I have downloaded on my phone all these different apps where I was supposed to get a QR code to show the police to go through a checkpoint and do all this stuff.
Hello.
And it got to the point where I didn't even know.
Hello. Hello, chị Tiên.
Okay.
Nghe rồi hả? Rồi, nghe rồi.
Ủa? Ý là ta vẫn nghe cái giọng.
I think that
Cái giọng ta từ máy thì luôn.
Nãy giờ hả? Hay là bây giờ?
Không. Ý là mày hiểu không? Cái lúc mà
So I just try to continue.
ra thì bên này cái nó vọng cái tiếng của tao.
Là bây giờ hả?
Ừ.
Tại vì tao bật loa ngoài.
You guys, what should I do? It's a little bit awkward.
So sorry, it was just a technical.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy you caught it. No problem. So I think you can all relate. I saw some smiles separate than the issue that just happened, where we had all these different apps, right? And we didn't know which ones to use and all that. And again, that's not faulting anybody. This is a new scenario, right? And they were trying their best to adapt. But I think we can learn from that, right? And this is an excellent opportunity for you, to think about what kind of tools can we develop for this situation. In my 51 years, I've never experienced anything like this. Just like you, this was new to me. This was bizarre, right? This is something maybe that happens every 100-something years. And so a lot of opportunities are coming from this experience to try to figure out, new technological developments. And also, as a business professor, I have to say there's opportunity for generation of wealth. You want to, obviously you love science, but you want to also have a job, right? And pay your bills. There's a lot of incredible opportunities here to innovate and to create something that's very useful and helpful to society, and at the same time can be very profitable for you. And I think those are important things to consider. Again, different maps. Dr. Rick talked about remote work, and I'll bring that up later as well. But that's a really important idea, the ability to make a quick transition for people to work online. And as he talked about, in the new normal, there really is this thing he called, and it's officially known as this, the Great Resignation, where we're seeing this unusual phenomenon of just mass amount of people quitting their jobs. Why is that? Part of it is that the experience of being home, people learn to free themselves from kind of the slavery of work, if you will. In a lot of cultures in America, in Japan, and other cultures where the people really, their whole identity is about work. This has been very liberating. It's been a huge paradigm shift, to go from in your mind that I'm a worker and I belong to the company and I work, basically 7 days a week and all this stuff, to being at home with family, with friends, with having time to kind of enjoy peace, our hobbies, watch shows on TV and things like that. People are not ready to give that up and go back. And I don't think they will. I think the new normal is our values have been really adjusted by this. And I think companies are going to really have to face this. So again, lots of opportunities here for innovation that are going to address these areas. One of the other really major macro level forces that is a result is, of course, the economic contraction, right? It's caused devastation to economies. And again, you see significant drops in GDP per capita. I think most people can tell you that this has really negatively affected them in terms of their income levels. It's decreased the ability for production. Like in Vietnam, a lot of factories had to close down. And this made world news. Nike has something like 20 factories to produce shoes and garments in Vietnam, and they were shut down. And it was in international news in Forbes and Wall Street Journal, literally naming Vietnam the problem here as being a huge problem for Adidas and Nike and these other companies in their supply chain and their production. And so Vietnam plays a really integral role in the world of business. And again, we need to try to figure out ways of overcoming, these kind of shutdowns and stoppages, and be able to continue to attract foreign, direct investment, so that if there is trouble in the future, that Vietnam can really offer some way to continue, its operations, so that supply chains and distribution networks and things are not interfered with. Some of the other effects of, on the consumer level of the economic contraction has been decreases in spending. Psychologically, consumers were very worried, about money, right? As people's, incomes possibly dropped or even stopped, they became very worried about that. And I'll bring that up in another slide in a moment. And again, that resulted in very different consumer behavior about what we buy, why we buy it, how much we need, things like that. People really reassessed, their spending as a result. And so again, you can see some statistics on the screen that obviously there's been, really dramatic changes to GDP in many countries as a result of this. And it's going to take some time to recover from it. So again, what are the digital implications? And again, this is just tip of the iceberg ideas, but e-commerce obviously became really vital at this time. People did not want to leave their house. Sometimes they weren't allowed to leave the house. Many stores were closed, went out of business, but people still needed things and wanted things. And so e-commerce became, really vital aspect. And again, Dr. Rick talked about the need to adapt and to change. Many businesses were like he talked about, especially in Vietnam, right? We have so many of our houses in our neighborhoods, and maybe some of your own where you live with your parents, you have little storefronts, right? And they're old school, it's like a bricks and mortar. And there was a need then to really move into some form of e-commerce, whether it's on a small scale, neighborhood-wise, or something really big. But people need to be able to make that transition, to really emphasize the ability to stay operating. And that was a really important aspect. Also, digital payment was such an important thing. And this is such a big trend, as you know, today. People want different ways of paying. And, you could see, for example, with Amazon and some of maybe Lazada and some of these other sources of e-commerce, payment options were really important to do with things like pay later. That was a really interesting development. Many people, because of the financial strain, wanted an opportunity to pay later. Many people don't have credit cards per se in Vietnam. And so companies have to adjust and understand that in order to be able to continue to stimulate sales and to adapt to that aspect of the economy. And I think those are huge opportunities in technology in terms of digital payment methods and things. And I won't get into crypto and all this stuff. That's a whole nother topic, but a very interesting one. So again, I think people were becoming more frugal. They were shopping more, with the sense of shopping meaning comparing things. And they really changed the way they shopped in terms of what they valued. People were looking for things that were cheap, that were, really functional, and things that they really needed. And they were avoiding things, that were kind of frivolous, because again, there was this scarcity of money, which made people very, very nervous, right? And that's the next, the next force of macro level forces. So I'm on my third of four. Scarcity. And there's three different types of scarcity. I've already referred to one, but it's a financial scarcity. It's this idea that people lost jobs, or people had, a great reduction in their flow of, inflow of cash. And that made them very nervous. They had to value their money much more and really protect it, okay? And those worries led to a lot of changes in consumer behavior. Also, people became more self-focused, and that's very interesting in a collectivist culture. But again, it was out of necessity. When you're worried about survival, you might stop being as maybe philanthropic and worrying about others because you need to, persevere and to get through it. And again, the digital implications, were the ability for people to work from home. And one of the changes I really saw that was really interesting for me is that in the past, Vietnam, I know in the education sector, the government, the Ministry of Education and Training, they have looked very, very skeptically upon online learning as kind of a fraud or something that's not legitimate. And even to this day, to some extent, they still ask a lot of questions, when you're trying to verify your kind of credentials. They want to know if it was online, as if that's something not as good. In the West, we see them as the same. They don't even differentiate it. Our accrediting bodies, you go through all the same steps. But what I've seen is the country has had to adapt to accept online education because there was no other option, right? All the way, my little boy, he's 5 years old, all the way from that age of schooling up through college, your age, and graduate school, people were having to go to school online. And it was a major transition. And over the last almost 2 years, it's really developed. And I think the country now is really seeing the value of this and the legitimacy of this. And I think that this quote unquote new normal, as we phase out of, this COVID threat, I think that this will be an opportunity here for people to really work on developing online education to be something that's, really accepted by the government and by the consumer. For a lot of our students, when we move to online, there were such things as like, they wanted a discount because it's not real, but it was the same teachers, same curriculum, same everything, except it was delivered like this. And in their mind, it had somehow a lesser value. And so I think that's a really important change that society in Vietnam needs to get over in order to make education more accessible and cheaper. There's a lot of values to online education. And I think this forum is a great example. What's the difference between what I'm doing with you here and what I would do in a classroom? I mean, granted, it's nice to walk around and see each other, but it's not like you're getting any less knowledge or from a less, substantial source. So again, I think those are really important changes. Other scarcities, I'm almost getting to the end if you're worried about time. Other scarcities were of, needed materials, of essentials. One of the things we saw a lot in the news, I saw a lot of it in Ho Chi Minh City in the news, was a lack of availability of inventory. There was people, they call that demand shock. When the lockdowns would come, people would panic buy and they would go and buy, 10 times what they needed. And when everybody does that, those who are late to get to the market, there's nothing left for them, right? And that was a really big challenge. So I think there's opportunity there as well in terms of, the technology that can be used to understand supply and demand, and for inventory control and things like that, and how quickly they can replenish inventory and to manage those things. I think there needed to be a quicker response from a variety of different parties in order to prevent that kind of shock and hoarding behavior and shock purchasing, panic buying, because again, that really created a worse situation for people, and it really wasn't necessary. And I think the government really tried to emphasize that there's going to be enough of everything, don't panic. And I think that was something that technology could have assisted with and could in the future as well. And the last one, a really important idea, and again, I think Dr. Rick talked about this and it was a wonderful segue for me, was about the psychological impact of this. Relational scarcity, our inability to really be able to be with one another and to get the social, needs met that we have, I think MC Kim talked about this briefly, that she's really extroverted, right? Kim, you said you really need to be around people and all this stuff. And I'm the same way, if you can't tell, right, by my personality. And I think that, all of us did different levels. Dr. Rick talked about Maslow's hierarchy of need. The third level that's vital for people of Maslow's hierarchy is this belongingness, is this social connection that we need to have with one another. And it's critical, to our psychological well-being. And I think that there's been a lot of examples, and I think each of us can probably relate to either ourselves or people we saw around this, that this has been extremely challenging for us psychologically. the sense of isolation, of loneliness. Vietnamese people, I don't have to tell you, are so social and gregarious and outgoing and inquisitive and humorous. And it requires, you know, the cafe and all these different places where we interact and you have fun and, you know, you do things together, you know, you never do things alone. You know, I do a lot of things sometimes alone. And my wife always is like, how can you have traveled alone and done these things in my life? And I'm like, I like to be with myself sometimes, you know, what, it's not that weird. But a lot of you have had to face something that's very unusual in a collectivist culture, which is suddenly being an individual and really being alone. You know, I look around my room, this is where I've spent 2 years now almost lecturing with all my students and being parts of these types of events. You know, yesterday I judged a debate in Hue, University of Hue, a debate competition, all sitting here at my desk. You know, I have a tie and a dress shirt on, and then I have like shorts and no socks on right now, right? The bottom half, this is kind of our uniform, right, during this event. It's like this, you know, illusion of being together. But I think that technology really needs to be developed to facilitate and promote us being together. And Facebook is not cutting it, right? You can see on the screen, I took some, you know, pokes at Facebook. You know, Facebook is a marketing tool, right? They make their money, you know, the users are not the customer, you know. We give them free data, which they use against us to essentially target us all the time with marketing. You know, and they haven't had our best interests at heart, which is why you see, you know, the US Congress really going to town on people like Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and all these characters. You know, there's some ethical issues involved. But I think that there's room, you know, for new social media and new opportunities for us to connect that are a lot more positive, you know, that block out the ability for fake news, for all kinds of propaganda that's, you know, inappropriate and also things that really hurt people's self-esteem, you know, to do with measuring yourself up to others' success and fake beauty with all their, you know, Snapchat apps and stuff that transform your face to look like an alien or whatever. You know, you meet the person, you're like, that's not the person's picture, you know, who I saw. So I think, you know, there's an opportunity to make some really positive changes in this area. And it's just waiting to happen. We're all on Facebook and we all kind of hate it. So you guys, please create the next Facebook, make it better, right? Really have it not be so selfish in terms of, I understand the need to, you know, to monetize and to make a profit, but it's gone really far. I think there's opportunities to do things that really consider kind of what in business we call the triple bottom line, which focuses not just on the business side in terms of profit or financial sustainability, but also equally weighs the effect on all the stakeholders, on society and on the environment. And I think that is really a major point that I think you'll be able to utilize technology to do, is really care more about the world. And my last slide before my summary is the level of uncertainty is the fourth macro level factor that I think you can all really relate with. Even right now, you know, in my job, you know, I'm the Dean of International Programs for Tuca College, and we have international business programs at VNU in Hanoi and VNU in Ho Chi Minh City and University of Economics and Finance in Ho Chi Minh City and UITEN University in Da Nang. And I'm constantly, you know, part of my job is having to staff and, you know, teachers into the courses and get the courses running and all this thing, you know, operations. I don't even know, like from week to week, are we going to be live? Are we going to be online? And this is really challenging. And this uncertainty as well. My little boy has been home from school for 7 months, you know, he's 5. He's had 2 birthdays sitting at our dinner table with computers and phones all around him with my parents and family in the US and his grandparents in, you know, in Quang Tri province. And, you know, no one here, no friends, nothing, just my wife and I and him. 2 birthdays out of his 5 have been in this situation. So it's such a weird scenario that's his normal, you know, and his memory will be of this kind of isolation in some ways. And, you know, this is a real challenge for us. So I think that this unpredictability can be greatly facilitated, you know, and improved upon, again, by the use of technology and by accepting change and bringing about change and teaching those who are more traditional and a little bit more guarded about this change, the benefits and the values of this, you know, and by yourselves being young and future leaders, as you ascend into positions of influence and power, you're going to really be the important people to bring about a lot of these changes that the old guard just can't accept, you know, because that wasn't their normal for them. You know, as Dr. Rick talked about, you know, at my age, when I was your age, that's when the internet first started. When I was about 20, actually about 21 or 22 is when, you know, I started to have access to internet at school, but not at home. You know, there was dial-up it was almost not usable, how slow it was. And so I didn't grow up with this, you know, but for you, these things are really native to you. And so I think you're going to be able to keep taking it to the next level. So there's huge implications, you know, and I put on the screen about, you know, the social needs, you know, that we all feel so isolated. I think there's room for kind of counseling, support groups, therapists, social workers, people to help with, you know, mental health and well-being. And not just during the pandemic, but I think regularly, you know, as part of my field as a psychology professor, I think that that's a really missing aspect that I've seen in Vietnam. It's really not easy to get mental health. There's huge stigmas against people that seek it. And I think that that is something that's been really exacerbated by this problem. You know, people having mental health issues, not being able to formally identify it, and then hence not treat it. So I think there's a lot of opportunities in fields outside of what you're thinking of science that you can apply science to really bring about huge change. So in summary, and I appreciate your patience, you know, as you'll see from your other professors, you know, it's very hard for us to compress things into such a brief time. I think we need to be able to more effectively, you know, predict and respond to these types of scenarios now that we've experienced this. I think it's also brought to light problems that exist in society in general that maybe weren't caused by the pandemic, but became very obvious and maybe exacerbated by the pandemic. And as the pandemic kind of wanes and we get back to what we're calling, you know, normal, if you will, we're not going to be where we were before. We are changed from this. And, you know, hopefully we can make that change positive. You know, I think the transition, you know, people not wanting to go to work, that's a really great example. You know, workplaces are struggling to fill jobs, vacancies. They're having to make the jobs more, you know, user-friendly in terms of being flexible with where people work and their schedules, you know, having a greater work-life balance. They're making the environment nicer. They're having to treat people with, you know, more dignity and respect. And I don't think that there's any chance of when the pandemic's gone that they can go back to the way things used to be, because people simply won't take it. And I think this mass, you know, exodus from work is an example of that. But I think this will go across the board in education and in of course, in the business world, not just for workers, but consumers as well. Consumers are really, you know, very different, I think, our values now. Companies are going to need to adjust to that. And believe me, they're very nervous about what is in the future. Previous competitive advantages are gone, you know, and now their companies are having to adjust to this kind of reality of the consumer having a really different perspective. So my last slide to you then is I'm really putting up to you a challenge. You know, you guys are the future. And what I'm trying to do is show you kind of a framework to recognize this opportunity to bring about incredible changes and to think of science being able to apply everywhere, okay, to all these different areas. I just touched the tip of the iceberg talking about, you know, social issues and mental health and things like that and well-being. I talked about business from both ends, from the consumer end and from the business perspective, about government. And again, this is just the tip of the iceberg. So I really hope that you'll kind of reflect about where you're going with your, you know, education that you're seeking and what differences you can make to make the world a better place, because we're really counting on you, right, to do this for future generations. You're going to make a huge difference to my little boy's future. And so I'm really cheering for you and encouraging you and challenging you to think about how you can apply what you're learning to the problems that exist right now in society. There's going to be great, you know, success for you if you do that, but also you'll be able to make a tremendous, you know, impact and positive impact on the world. Thank you so much for your time, you guys. I'm really excited to be able to share some time with you. If you have any questions, you know, please feel free either to write them or to ask me out loud. And let me end my show so you can see me. Give me 1 second there.
Thank you so much, Professor Gary Kiss. Honestly, after listening to your presentation, after listening to Professor Rick Arwood and Dr. Do Xuân Hồng and Professor Trần Minh Triết, with all my heart, honestly, I listened to our presentation with all my heart, with all my mind. This is a very well spent Sunday for me. I feel like this world has so many problems, but it also has way too much potential for it to grow, for us to find the solutions, and we are next in line, yes. But the more I listen to your presentation, the more I realize how clueless we are. The more I listen to your presentation, the more I realize we have so many things to tackle, and we have such a long way until the world is actually a better place. But again, thank you for letting us into your presentation. This is a really intriguing topic for me, and I do hope that myself and as well as all the deputies and the professors are in this meeting will have the same experience, amazing experience in this morning as well as I have. So once again, thank you so much, Professor, for bringing us such an amazing presentation today.
Thank you, Kim. I really appreciate your enthusiasm. And you track everything so well. You're doing a fantastic job as MC.
Thank you
really
so
make a difference to this event.
I'm flattered, and I'm really glad that you're living in Da Nang, which is a very most livable city in Vietnam. So you can spice up your corner by setting up your corner at the beach. Maybe that will really spice.
I'm right across the street from the ocean out my window.
10 for the whole year. Okay, so thanks, Professor.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, we've been through three meaningful presentations from the three keynote speakers. And I must say, I hope that it suggests many more useful ideas for delegates' presentations. And wait no longer, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the session of the forum today will begin the official delegates of session 1 to prepare. Welcome the first presentation, Factors Affecting Customers' Loyalty When Shopping at Mini Supermarkets in Ho Chi Minh City. Presented by Trương Thị Quỳnh Như, Huỳnh Thị Lâm Tuyền from Ho Chi Minh City University of Law. And before that, we shall take a 5-minute breaks before we actually enter our first session of today.
Sorry, can I share my presentations for?
We will have the 5-minute breaks.
Business Incubation Center, Nông Lâm University, Ho Chi Minh City, and Dr. Nguyễn Thanh Bình, Head of Applied Informatics Department, Faculty of Mathematics, Informatics, Vietnam National University, University of Science will be Scientific Council for Sessions 1 today. And please welcome Trương Thị Quỳnh Như và Huỳnh Thị Lâm Tuyền from Ho Chi Minh City University of Law will present factors affecting customers' loyalty when shopping at many supermarkets in Ho Chi Minh City.
Hello everyone. Today I am here to present to you about the topic factors affecting customer loyalty when shopping at many supermarkets in Ho Chi Minh City. The global impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has greatly affected the economy in general and the retail industry in particular. With the development of technology, monthly can order the desired item. Depending on the changing condition of market economy, business must make change to meet the needs of customers, create convenience when shopping, and attract customers. In 2021, when the epidemic situation became more complicated and the state issued a social distancing policy to meet the spread, the trend of online shopping become even more popular. A small detail will make a big difference. So when there is an adjustment in service delivery, it can become an interest point for customer. Therefore, no matter how good the quality of an enterprise product and service is not focused on improving day by day. It's easy to enter the state of decline. Based on practical reasoning, studying the factors affecting customer loyalty at many supermarkets in the context of pandemic play important role to help business orient their goal to solve immediate difficulty. Develop long-term strategy in accordance with real conditions. In Vietnam, there have been studies on the relationship between service quality, satisfaction, trust, and customer loyalty, such as Đặng Thị Kim Hoa et al. 2016, studying the influence factors to customer loyalty to retail service of Hypermart Hanoi supermarket sector. However, these studies are generalized for supermarkets in its research location, so it's difficult to give a solution for individual supermarket station. Therefore, the author focused in the research on the following scale: satisfaction, promotion, brand image, service star, display decoration, attached service, quality of food and service, interface, utility, effect on customer loyalty at many supermarkets in Ho Chi Minh City. The study was carried out through several questionnaires using multivariate regression analysis through SPSS20 software with a sample of 400 using quantitative, qualitative, analytical, and comparative methods. From there, they are based to build a system of practical solutions to help improve advantage as well as overcome existing worsening stagnation.
There are 9 of 12 factors affecting customer loyalty when shopping at many supermarkets in Ho Chi Minh City. From the results of regression analysis, the author have proposed solutions to improve the loyalty of customers when shopping at many supermarkets. It is necessary to enhance the promotion program, the quality of goods and services, the service staff or the decoration of the display. At the same time, develop additional services or satisfaction or brand image, as well as continue to improve the interface and bring convenience to customers to help improve customer trust and loyalty with shopping at any supermarket through some suggestions as follows. First, arrange goods neatly
subscribing according to each type of products, convenient to customer to choose. The website also needs to have a simple but attractive design, a clean product list to help customer easily to access and search for products. The system of facility must be paid attention to investment, ensuring the air conditioner is at the right temperature. The ventilated space is not contaminated, is at the right temperature. The ventilated space is not contaminated with unpleasant odor from food. The floor must be cleaned and limited from getting dangerous slippage for customer. Is it necessary to equip the storage quarters or shelf-managed cabinets to manage customer personal belongings before shopping? Business activities at the store must meet disease prevention and control conditions, prepare enough antiseptic alcohol, also mark and undergo the medical check by QR code. The all trainer must simultaneously build the delivery team or link with the third party to complete the delivery schedule for customer. Issue the policy to acknowledge contribution, complaints, and assist customer in case of need. In addition, special attention should be paid to quality of goods of all business products. Must have a clean origins from reputable brand with enough labels and regularly track the expiration date to have a timely replacement plan. Finally, it's necessary to increase information about promotion to customer in the form of decals, gifts, free home delivery, etc. Note about the time and location of program, creating opportunities for customers to save money. The store can shelf a large number of goods. Communication about the promotion program will make the image better and brands become more popular. Yes, that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, and congratulations for finishing your very first presentation of section 1 today. And now you will have 8 minutes for the Q&A sessions with the our Scientific Council.
Okay.
Hello, you and Wayne, right? So I guess Twing just representing a very interesting research, and I would like to learn more about your observations. Based on your research, you have observed from the range of shop included in your analysis about the implementations of the proposed activities. What is the actual situation over there? I mean, like across all of the shop, how many shops have applied some of the activities that you proposed in the very last slide? Can you share with us some insights about that? Because I'm thinking about some of the shop already apply those, already implement some of those solutions, but I'm not sure how about the situation in real life.
Okay. Can you wait a minute?
Yeah, sure. No worry. No pressure.
Yes. Okay.
And Doctor, while waiting, do you have any feelings or emotions when you are one of our Scientific Council for the very first session for today?
Okay. Of course, I have a lot of pressures, especially when most of the delegates here have a better English relative to mine. I think like it show that we have a lot of potential, and also related to my perspective this morning about global integration. I have a strong belief that we will be in very good positions with all of the new generations. You are equipped with all that need for us to be integrated in the global communities. So seems like Vietnam has a bright future.
Thank you so much. We're so flattered to hear that. And we promise we won't let you down and we will make the world a better place.
That's nice.
And are you guys ready to answer the question from Dr. Đỗ Xuân Hồng?
Okay, thank you for your question. Okay, I will answer your question. How many shops are implemented in solution? Yeah. The research sample includes customer shopping for many supermarkets in Ho Chi Minh City, includes such as Foods, Mart Plus, Co-Food, Bách Hóa Xanh, etc. Diversity, the research sample increase reliable reliability or the t-shirts of customer of different age, jobs and time and genders. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, what is the sample size? How many shops have been included in your research?
Or it's about over five shops. It includes such as Foods, Mart Plus, Co-Food.
That is the brand. That is the brand of the franchise. But so basically you have 5 different locations, right? Five different shops in 5 different locations. Is that correct? I think maybe I have not explained clearly. Let's assume that you have 5 different locations. You visited shop number A, maybe Sata Food, and then you move to shop B, in the Vinmart. So basically, for the whole research, you visited 5 different locations. Is that correct?
Or it's about in each shop I choose about 10 members to conduct survey. Yes.
So basically the sample size is about 50. So right, 10 for each brand. Vinmart, 10 shops, and so on. Is that correct?
About the size we choose class is 400 size to ensure to quality or survey data. The research team survey of 420 questionnaires to ensure the requirements. Yes.
And let's return back to my questions. Maybe you can go back a couple of slides, just 1 or 2 slides, I think so. Slide number 8, I think. Slide number 8. Yep. So in here, you mentioned about 6 different solutions to be implemented.
6.
I was wondering, from your observations, have you seen any of the shop that implemented all of those 6 fields? Like they have their own sales channel, or they have improved the good quality, or they have implemented some promotions to increase the information to customer. What do you feel about the way that the shops have implemented the solutions to address the problem?
Did you guys catch Dr. Do Sung-ham's question?
With this question, can you answer those questions or the doctor?
Oh, yeah. So my question is that from your observations, have you seen any shop that implemented all of those solutions to improve their quality or to address the problems they are facing?
I think Bách Khoa Sinh.
Yeah, I think like Bách Khoa Sinh, I agree that Bách Khoa Sinh doing a good job in this. Okay, so that's all from me.
Okay, I want to say, because in the first study, I used to study research science in the last year. Yeah, in the last year, I have a study, and I researched Bách Khoa Sinh, from Bách Khoa Sinh research, and I conduct study again, and how to say, improve from this study. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. And may I connect with Dr. Nguyễn Thanh Bình? Do you
Sure.
have any questions for authors today on the topic?
Yeah, thank you so much. So thank you, Quỳnh Như and Lâm Tuyền, for your presentation. So I think your topic is quite interesting for me. And also, Dr. Do Sung-hong already asked a lot of questions for you, so I only have 2 questions. So the first one, I'm just curious that how long you conducted the list of questionnaires from those mini supermarkets. And the second question is, so what is your plan to extend your current research for this topic? Yeah, thank you.
Can you speak question 2? I can hear clearly.
Yeah, for the question 2, so I would like to learn more about what is your plan to extend your research topic on this topic. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your question. Okay.
And Doctor, while waiting, do you have any thoughts or emotions you would like to share with all of us, being the second scientific council for today's of the very first section? Do you have any thoughts on our deputies this year?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I also participated in our section this morning, and also listened to to other professors sharing very interesting research topic, and then to all of us. And it's my pleasure today to stay here and also to have some conversation and discussion with our team. All of the teams this morning. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And I do hope that our authors today will bring you some excellence sections 1. And I do hope that you will stay with us till the end of our 3 sections today to be prepared to be amazed.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I will answer your question. In question 1. In question 1, okay. This the periods of survey, the data collection and profession take place from for 4 months. From December 2020 to April 2021. Yes, and question 2. I will answer To improve about limitation that the team has incorporated during the implementation process, the order proposed some new directions for the next research direction. First, it is necessary to invest the exploiting more source of documents, theories, research models, adding many new measurement variable with higher reliability. Secondly, it's necessary to expand the service care post in terms of research scope and larger sample methods. Third, it's necessary to filter analyze the taste, feeling, attitudes, and behavior of customers to have business better, understand customers' psychology, to make plans to improve service quality or enhance loyalty to the mini supermarket system.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, for your answer.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So I think that's it from my side. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And that will conclude our very first presentation for section 1. Congratulations once again. And we will now jump into the very second presentation for section 1. Factors affecting systematic risk and empirical research of the construction sector listed on the stock market in the period of 2016 to 2021. Please welcome authors Lê Quốc Thịnh and Võ Thành Uyên. Quốc Thịnh and Thanh Uyên, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, we are.
Best of luck. You will have 5 to 7 minutes to present, and you will then have 8 minutes for Q&A sessions with our scientific council. You may begin. Are you guys experiencing any technical problems?
Yes, please wait for a second.
Okay, sure.
Okay, hello everyone. First, I would like to say thank you for the opportunities that we can be here in the 5th International Student Science Forum in 2021. And being here today in the session 1, we bring out the research, factor affecting systematic risk, an empirical research on the construction sector listed on the stock market in the period 2016-2020. My name is Võ Thanh and my partner is Thịnh Lê Quốc. We study business administration in Ho Chi Minh City University of Law. The first one is introduction. Construction industry is a capital-intensive economic sector. The industry characteristics are quite sensitive. When the economy grows, the industry sales and profit will increase due to the expansion of construction demand. But in the period 2016 to 2020, the growth rate of the construction industry tends to decrease. As you can see, according to the source announced by the General Statistics Office of Vietnam in the period 2016 to 2020, the decreased value of Vietnam construction industry in 2016 started off quite optimistically, that reaching 10%. However, at the beginning of 2020, Vietnam's construction industry only reached 4.37% in the first quarter, a record low number in the past 5 years, which affect the connection between business partners, customers, and the workforce. The year 2020 is full of disturbance due to the impact of the COVID-19, which slowed down the entire economy. Systematic risk is one of the most significant and notable topics in many disciplines, such as corporate governance to maximize corporate value for shareholders, finance to efficiently use capital, investment to explore business opportunities and manage risk, and business valuation to determine the most suitable firm value of the various purposes. It is really important to understand the role and determinants of systematic risk. So that's why we carry out this research. Systematic risk is an integral part of the total risk level within the asset pricing model. It is associated with holding securities or security structure with a defined relationship in terms of the variability of all the security return on the stock market. This defined relationship is called the beta coefficient. Besides, the source of the systematic risk is defined based on the capital asset pricing model, CAPM, of William Sharpe in 1964. One of the first research is capital asset prices, a theory of market equilibrium under condition of risk. The other one is John Lehner in 1965, the evaluation of risk assets, the selection of risky investment in stock portfolio and capital budgets. Besides, we also consult the other research like Damodaran in 2012 or Hayson and Nguyễn Kim Đức in 2013. About this research direction, we decided to divide it into two periods, from 2016 to 2019 and period 2016 to 2020 for analysis, comparison, and conclusion. The reason is because in the context of COVID-19, there were many fluctuations. The operation of the stock market also reveals some restriction. The relationship between supply and demand for securities is still out of balance, causing stock price fluctuation and affecting market liquidity. Therefore, we have processed the data and produced results in parallel at both periods in order to help investor, appraiser, and especially business to evaluate and predict report risks so they can make appropriate decisions. After establishing the research process, model, variables, research method, and hypothesis, we conduct quantitative analysis using StatStats 13 software, and we find out that the fixed effect model, FEM, was appropriate to estimation. Especially in the period 2016 to 2019, there are four variables affecting systematic risk. It was financial leverage, profitability, growth rate, total asset size. And in the period 2016 to 2020, there is just one variable, that is total asset size. The comparison of the result between the two periods show that the past 2020 has been a year with a volatile economy, negatively affecting to the construction industry. Besides, we find out a highlight, a new point, that is the factor total asset size, as known as FIM size. This is statistically significant variable at both periods. This helps provide information for business, investor, appraiser, or policymakers when they want to look at the risk of the company, they should pay more attention to the total asset side. And finally, based on this research, as well as we understand the importance of the systematic risk and the factor affecting it, we have some policy suggestions. First, in difficult times, business needs to establish a series of effective solutions, restructure the company operating system. Second, manager needs to increase the value of assets that are operating effectively, restructure capital properly, and improve the value of the company in the market. Third, business needs to repair the new policy in the post-COVID-19 era. Fourth, provide investors with more information about the systematic risk and the security and portfolio in order to have the most effective investment strategy. Fifth, about the appraiser, it is necessary to consider the relationship between beta coefficient and financial leverage, profitability, growth rate, as well as the total asset side in the construction industry. Sixth, for policymakers, when implementing a financial market management policy or using a new task, it is necessary to consider factors affecting systematic risk to enterprise. So this is our presentation today. Thank you so much for your attention. And if you have any question, we're willing to take it.
Thank you for your willingness. And may I connect with our scientific council? Do you have any questions for our authors today? Dr. Đỗ Xuân Hồng.
I'm thinking that Dr. Bình Nguyễn is ready to ask. So
Okay. May I ask Dr. Bình Nguyễn, do you have any questions for our authors?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for the team for sharing us about your research related to the construction sector and your experiments. So I have one question. So related to your study. So now you already have your experience and also your conclusion about the current state of the construction sectors for the last 5 years, right? And so what is your prediction for the incoming picture of the construction sector, for example, in Vietnam for the next several years? Yeah, this is my question.
Okay. So first, thank you for your question.
Mm-hmm.
Like our research, so during the COVID-19, there is a lot of problem, and it's affecting the systematic risk and also the construction sector. So in the several time in the future, if there is still the COVID-19, it still happen. So we think it will affect negatively. If we can handle the COVID-19, it will be maybe positive, more positive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think so.
Okay, thank you very much. And also related to the experiment, so I would like to learn more about how you can conduct your data collection process. Yeah.
So the beta coefficient, please wait for me for a second.
Sure. Yeah.
About the beta coefficient, we have consult foreign research paper, and then we decide to use the 7 variables.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
And for the current data set you chose for the experiment, so how many samples you decided to make the, I mean, to make the test? Yeah.
about the sample, we have tests on 32 companies in the construction sector.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you for your answer. Yeah. So I think that's it for my my side. Yeah. Maybe Dr. Do Seung Hong can continue your question. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Bình, and also thank Rin and your colleague for a very interesting presentation. So before I'm going to my questions, I want to ensure that I grasp the basic of your research idea over here. I think like you are investigating the beta coefficient, right? So it is a representation of the risk when you invest into one particular firm. Is that correct?
Yes, so it's like when you calculating the systematic risk, we're using the beta coefficient, and the beta coefficient is we calculating by 7 financial variables.
So basically, you calculate the beta coefficient by yourself, not provided on the host or the investing platform, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you have some hypotheses about what is the driving factors of the beta coefficients. And then you collect the data, and then you trying to get out the relationship between some factors and the beta coefficients using statistical analysis. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Okay, so what I'm trying to is I'm trying to explain your research using my own word. So essentially, you collected the data of, from different firms. You calculated the beta coefficients, and then you run some statistical analysis to try to explain the fluctuation in the beta coefficients using other factors like firm size, or I think like over here you also have some very interesting information like the debt ratio or something like that. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Yeah. Okay. And that is because I look into the result, and you have a very interesting result. The firm size has an influence statistically significant on the beta coefficient in both period 2016-2019 as well as 2016-2020. Why the relationship is not that clear for all other hypotheses. So do you have any take from that result? Why firm size is so important?
Please wait for me for a minute.
Honestly, I myself have no knowledge. I don't know the first thing about stock markets. So listening to all the authors today is really an eye-opening event for me. And not only our authors, our professors and doctors are really amazing with their presentations. And I do hope that questions from our doctors and professors are really fill out the holes for your presentations. And regardless of what the result might be, I feel like you guys will have an amazing experience today after sharing with our doctors. And are you ready to deliver your answers?
Yes, I am. So about the firm side, the total asset side, we think that This is can explain as companies in the construction industry will have a high total asset size. The higher the level of systematic risk to the market reliability. This is my answer.
Why is there some other factor that show a strong relationship with the beta coefficients during the 2016-2019 period, but the relationship no longer holds when you expand your analysis period from 2016-2020? Do you have any suggestion about why that happening?
Can you repeat this? I'm sorry.
Because when you look into the results, the significance of the relationship appear in the reference period from 2016 to 2019, the first period, for several hypotheses. But when you expand that to cover also 2020, only firm size show a significance. So why that's happening?
Oh, so in the 2016 to the 2020, it's not the firm size. It was the I'm sorry. Yes, it was the firm size. And as we think. Under normal condition, when the stock market is not affected by any macro factor, the factor affecting systematic risk include the following variable. It was 4 variables, but under the impact of the COVID-19 or the natural disaster, risk increase, and there is only 1 variable. So we think when process the data of the enterprise in the construction industry, it shows that systematic risk even before and after the COVID-19. The larger the company, the more damage it will suffer, the higher the risk.
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting presentations, and congratulations.
Thank you, and congratulations again for finishing your presentations. And that concludes our second presentations for our section 1 today. You did an amazing job. Thank you so much. And now please welcome Võ Lập Phúc and Nguyễn Thanh Long for the next article, Digital Transformation in Information Management and Dissemination During the COVID-19 Pandemic, Implications for Vietnam in the New Normal Context.
Hello, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you loud.
Okay. Okay, I will share the screen now. During the while, I would like to express my my mental shock because the previous 2 topics is absolutely about marketing, about the market, and about the economy background, which is absolutely overloading to me. So we would like to bring to our forum today a new wind to blow a new idea about something new. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I deliver my sincere welcome to the jury as well as the official delegates from many educational institutes all over Vietnam. My name is Võ Lập Phúc and my partner is Nguyễn Thanh Long. We are both from students at Ho Chi Minh City University of Education. And today, we express our honor and hereby present in the 5th International Students Science Forum Ho Chi Minh City with the topic, as you can see, Digital Transformation in Information Management and Dissemination during the COVID-19 pandemic, Implications for Vietnam in the New Normal Context. Okay, let's jump to the first one. We would like to produce to you guys about the line of content, what we are going to share with you guys, so that you can understand what we're going to present today. Now, first of all, we would like to present about the introduction of our research together with the research methods we use. For the second session, we would like to discuss with you guys about the results, which is also, we believe, is the most important section in our presentation today. And the final one, we would like to conclude what we say so that you guys can have an overall approach about our research. Let's come to the first one about the introduction. Before we jump right into some really term of the topic, we would like to give to you guys some about the context, about the objective context. As you know, digital transformation is currently a key goal in many countries on a global scale, and Vietnam is not an exception. And over the past few months, the COVID-19 has already exerted tremendous impacts on ample fields, education, economy, and in these fields, with these impacts, it already display the tremendous requirement, the indispensable requirement that we do need to perform the digital transformation on two major fields we would like to put the stress on. It is the information management and information dissemination field. And our research attempts to propose to you guys some practical lessons to apply the digital transformation process in these two fields. Together with that is that we can construct a solid premise so that the information management and dissemination can be performed in such an efficient way in our country. Next, we would like to introduce to you guys about the method that we use over our research. We use the qualitative approach with two major methods, including the document research method, and the second one is the event analysis method. With these two methods, we do believe it assists us and bring to you guys a more practical perspective about what is going on during the information flow of our country during the COVID-19 pandemic outburst. Next, we would like about the results. We would like to give to you guys some definitions about the relevant terms to which we believe found the basic foundation so that you guys can understand what we are saying clearly and more detail. For the first one is about digital transformation. Actually, there are plenty of approaches about this term. They are even seen from opposing perspective and they contrast with each other. However, from our perspective, we do believe that we can understand this term easily. It is a modern process, changing the traditional approach and exploitation of data into applying digital science and information technology achievement. For the second term, it is about the information management. There are ample ways to approach this term as well. However, from the practical perspective, we do believe that it is the implementation of information management so that we can understand the art of organizing information in an effective, systematic, and structured manner so that we can serve specific purposes. And for the final term, it is about the information dissemination. We can simply understand that information dissemination is that we spread the information so that more people can know about the information, they can comprehend the information, and they can capture the information. And let's come to the next one. We do believe that during the outburst of the COVID-19 pandemic, our government and Vietnamese Communist Party already putting a lot of effort to control and prevent it. So we achieved two achievements. For the first achievement, we would like to say that the government already effectively and extensively implemented information management on the digital transformation basics. Effectively, because we already use some optimal approaches, and extensively is that because we apply what we do in such a large scale, not just one or two provinces. And the next one, the final achievement that we do believe it is also really noticeable is that we ensure the information dissemination on online forums associated with cybersecurity during the quarantine. We lay the foundation so that we can protect the flow of positive information on social media platforms. Next, despite we cannot deny the fact that we have already achieved several goals during our effort to prevent the COVID-19. There are some still unattainable aspects, and that is the reason why I would like to give back the spotlight to my partner to tell you guys about some unfulfillments. Mr. Nguyễn Thành Long, please on the mic.
Yeah, thankful for your great presentation. So, as Phúc already presented previously, Vietnam has done a great job in the applying digital transformation in information management and dissemination field. However, there are still unavoidable shortcomings in the two fields during the epidemic prevention and control stage. So throughout our research, we can briefly talk to you that some advantages, including the first one is some localities have not been consistent with the central policy, which means they are still ignoring applied digital transformation in information management. And the second one is the national vaccination data management is not being effective. This phenomenon shows that information management is still done manually and has not yet applied technologies to deal with this kind of work. The final one is the work of disseminating information to the people have not yet applied digital transformation effectively. So to deal with all these things, we would like to remove some following solution for Vietnam in a new normal context. Next slide, please, Mr. Phúc. Okay, so Mr. Phúc, next slide, please. Okay, so the first solution is we suggest that the government should consistently deploy only one health management applications, and thus application linked to the chip mounted ID cards. And additionally, Vietnam should also study and develop a wearable device that can analyze people's health and detect the initial signs and symptoms of COVID-19. And next, besides vaccine diplomacy, Vietnam should promote diplomacy to cooperate with other countries in training human resources and building soil infrastructure for digital transformation in the long run. And it is also important to focus on training young human resources, in our opinion. First, Vietnam should put more trust on tightening cybersecurity. In the new normal context, the government should establish more local cybersecurity departments and develop one cybersecurity website on which people can actively report any disinformation cases on the internet. And together with answering cybersecurity, information dissemination on online platform is also one vital factor. And the government should continue pushing the role of the mainstream press and news. Moreover, Vietnam can refer to other countries in information dissemination field, particularly in refuting rumors and correcting misinformations. And that's all what throughout our review, as we have mentioned above, we do believe that in the new normal context, Vietnam should pay more focus on the applying digital transformation in the information management and information dissemination, because in the digital area, information is one of the most important things to connect with the world, connect with the people in the country. So it's really important for us to focus on the fields. Yeah, and that's all. That's what I and Phúc want to share with you today. Thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and congratulations. And very extra. I love it. I love every single bit of your extraness.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And I would like to connect with Dr. Đỗ Xuân Hồng and Dr. Nguyễn Thanh Bình. Do you guys have any questions regarding the presentation, the article that those two just delivered?
Wait, Mr. Kim, Miss Kim, Mr. Phúc just asked me that he can join this room.
Oh, he okay. So
okay. Let me okay, wait a minute.
So I think experience
organizers sort out that problem. Might have questions. Just from your observations, what do you think is the weakest part in the Vietnam in terms like the response of the Vietnam government during the pandemic regarding informations? You have kept like you have clearly defined 3 phases of related to informations. How about your discussion about the weakness of the system when we kept like trying to take advantage or trying to control the information flow related to the pandemic?
Yeah, You means that's how Vietnam quickly using the information to deal with the COVID-19 in.
But I think like we should focus more about what we see as the weakness. So I mean like not strong enough. There are some limitation in the way that our government have responded to the pandemic regarding information.
Yeah, I do believe that the central has that's enact a lot of policy to deal with the information during the pandemic. But actually in some localities they has not consistent with this policy. They can catch up with this policy, you know, like in my neighborhoods, you know, like most of most of our research based on our experiences, and in my locality they never use any, you know, like they did not apply any technology in the informations, like when we have to go to a rapid testing process, they have a neighborhood to go to each house and pronounce us to go to these locations, but they are not any applying, you know, like using yellow or something like this. So I do believe that in some locality they cannot catch up with this policy of the government. So this is one of the most advantages, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Long. And also, I think like I will share my perspective. Even in my presentation this morning, you will see that implementing some ideas are very difficult because sometimes we just don't have the resources, we don't have the human resources, we don't have the infrastructure and the facility to support no idea. That's the reason why there are some sayings. I think like ideas are cheap and abundant.
Yeah.
Everything, execution is everything. So sometimes it's very hard to implement an idea and to make it become something real. But anyway, yeah, thanks for your presentation. Very interesting topic.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Hello, and sorry for this inconvenience. My province is out of the electricity. Suddenly, I do not know the reason why. So.
It's totally fine. Welcome back.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Ben Nguyen, do you have any questions on your side regarding to the presentation?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, thank you so much for your clear presentation with a lot of information provided. And actually, you have been giving us multiple statements related to the incoming plan for the new normal context. So I think so far later in the future, maybe it will be great if you can provide some number or some that can support to the statement. So I think it's better for that. And Dr. Đỗ Xuân Hồng already give you some questions, so I only have one question. So you mentioned that from other province, for example, Bình Dương or Long An, so we also have some weakness related to the data collection. For example, the government people, they still collecting data manually. So what is your suggestion how we can improve that process, and how we can automate the data collect process for other province?
Yeah, thank you very much for this. I do believe to answer this one, we have to put back into the practical context is that as you can see, that the unbalanced development rate of each province in Vietnam. For example, when we compare our Ho Chi Minh City with Lào Cai, it is absolutely a really unbalanced, right? So in this case, in some province which has some difficulties in applying the practical methods or some digital transformation into the process of preventing and controlling the COVID-19 in the COVID-19 pandemic in particular, or some other problems in general. I do believe that the management process is one of the key factors. It means that we need to have someone to assist, someone from the central to orient, to navigate, and to lead them in such a more active way, instead of just depending tremendously on what the local government does. I do believe that what the central place here is that they can lead what these provinces and assist them with some practical method and some practical supplement. So that I do believe this is the answer for your question, and sincerely thanks for that question.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you for your answer. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
That concludes our third presentation for section 1. Thank you so much. I love your presentation. I love your extraness. Keep it
Okay,
up.
thank
I
you so
love
much.
it. So thank you so much. And now please welcome our authors Lê Hồ Lộc An and Nguyễn Dân Chi with the article Law on Data Protection in the 4.0 Era, the basis for building the right to privacy of personal health data in Vietnam. You guys will have 5 minutes to present and then an 8-minute question and answer sections with our scientific council. Are you ready? Authors, are you ready?
Hello. Yeah. Sorry. When is my friend has just slide. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're having some problems with your best of luck.
Oh, yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Nguyễn Đăng Chi from University of Economics and Law, Vietnam National University, Ho Chi Minh City. I'm on behalf of my team to share our article with you today. Because time is limited, I'd like to get started on my presentation now. The first part, introduction. Our article name is Law on Data Protection in 4.0 Eras, the basis for building the right to privacy of personal health data in Vietnam. The main reason we chose this subject is because of exploitation of personal data in the digital age. As digital technology develops, especially in the context of complicated development of the COVID pandemic, the protection of personal health data is a practical requirement. And go on the first part, data and data protection in the 4.0 eras. The first part of our article, we learn the questions of what is the data and why is it vital to secure data in the digital era. And based on our research and analysis, we discovered that data protection had risen to top on the priority list for nations in general, as well as for people and level organization in particular, because data is an extremely important asset in the digital era. And go on the part two. In the part two, we found that nowadays Vietnam still does not have a unified legal document government in issue related to the protection of right to personal data. The regulation of personal data protect and privacy are given in many documents. And each of which is specific to government problem as legal instrument. And in our article, part 3 is the main part of this article. We research to uncover 4 main reasons for the question why it's necessary to build the right to protect personal health data in Vietnam. There are 4 reasons. First, Personal health data is one of each individual's most important and strictly confidential data resources. And current Vietnamese laws does not properly address the extent of mental health law. Instead of focusing solely on physical injury. As a result, the security of personal health information is critical to ensuring that individuals receive comprehensive health benefits. This not only serves as the foundation for enacting measures to address acts that endanger both physical and mental health, but it also demonstrates the depth and breadth of Vietnam legal framework on the subject issue of ensuring citizens' legitimate rights and interests. Second, coming from the inviolability of individuals' lives and property. According to the Constitution of Vietnam, Clause 1, Article 12, the inalienable rights of citizens is one of the vital rights of each individual. And third, due to the danger and consequence of cyber attacks, as well as the variety of other issues, since the end of 2020, people has been blasted by a deadly COVID-19 pandemic. And in the midst of long-term pandemic, information technology has become more popular than ever. Almost every field now operates online and uses software to manage remote operation via internet. And so a criminal has been able to attack the network still and steal user data. And personal health data is one of data sources targeted by this object. And the last four, as the developing country, Vietnam is increasing, integrating, and deeply participating in the global cyberspace, necessitating the development of the national information system network that meets a variety of requirements. The development of information specialized data law, as well as the compilation of regulation on the right to privacy of personal data is requirements that must be met. Yeah. And building the right to privacy of personal health data. For example, which is a primary foundation for identifying specific violation and enforcing sanctions against who violates health data of the owners. And the last part of this article, the laws of protect of personal data is the basis for build the right to privacy of personal health data in Vietnam.
Yan Chi, your slide is not working. We can't see your slide. We can only see the instruction slide.
Yeah. Oh, yes, the problem. Yeah. Can you see your our slide? It's part 4.
Yes, I can see part 4. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I scanned. And in the part 4, the law of protection of personal data is a basis for build the right to privacy of personal health data in Vietnam. In our opinion, the data protection law include general provision and has identified type of violation, crimes, handling method, and remedies. This is the source of law in Vietnam to accurately determine the concept of ownership of personal health data. And also in this part, we had some suggestions for building a law in the personal data in protect of in Vietnam. There are 2 suggestions. Yeah, first, building the level document on personal data protection to promote and protect more effectively the right to privacy in general, and right to personal data, in particular, based on the 2013 Constitution and internal treaty to which Vietnam had acceded. And second, the development of legal framework to protect personal data in Vietnam, and especially in the matter of regulation on health data protection. Vietnam can also refer to foreign legal regulations and lessons from practical experience. Yeah, this is all my presentation. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you so much and congratulations for finishing your presentation for today. And may I reconnect with the Dr. Đỗ Xuân Hồng and Dr. Bình Nguyễn? Do you guys have any questions?
Yes. Thanks, Dan Chi, right? I guess that's your name. Thanks, Chi, for your presentations. A very challenging topic. I think so, because it's not something that we are used to, right? But I think like in the new generation, this will become a topic that is normal for your the day-to-day discussions. I just have one question. Do you have any update about the process of generating a new law regarding personal data? I mean, like, I believe that now in Vietnam, that have been put into context already. The problem have been raised by the lawmakers. So do you have any update about where are we now? And do you think like we need to have some other participants in the process? I would like to hear your opinion on this topic.
Okay. Can you guys hear the questions loud and clear? Yan Chi and Lộc An, can you guys hear the question from our council?
That's if we have a problem. My friend is speaking and sorry, I don't hear.
So, who is that's the Lê Hồ Lộc An, right? I think like that's your partner.
Yes, your partner is speaking and Lê Hồ and you
are muted and
Lê Hồ Ngọc An and Yan Chi, can you guys hear the question loud and clear?
Team, I think like Lê Hồ Lộc An was trying to answer, but he was muted. I'm not sure if the organizer can unmute him on, I don't know.
Yes, sure. Yan Chi, can you answer the question from our council on behalf of your team? Yan Chi, can you answer the question from our council and on behalf of your team? Do you hear the question?
Like it's just about sharing your idea and also perhaps you have some update, because I believe that this is also one of the topic that a lot of people are interested in.
Yes.
A lot of people care about that. So it is quite it is not realistic to think that the lawmakers in Vietnam haven't put that into their agenda, right?
Yes.
So I would like to hear some thought of you or some update about how was that process going on, and do you think like we need to have the participations of more people or more diversified group?
Yes, I myself am very interested in this topic as well, and I'm looking forward to hear the answers.
Oh yeah, okay. Sorry, we have problem, and now I will answer the process of questions. Yes, the Minister of Public Security in Vietnam complete the degree regulating personal data protect in early 2021, and with the goals of covering our personal data of Vietnam citizens regardless of process. And the end of our article, we determined that in addition to apply the law to minimize the violence of information data, each individuals also need to know how to protect personal information to avoid the becoming a victim of information trafficking or share harm. And in addition, infringement of the right to keep confidential personal information in the past, not only influence directly in videos, but also cause a vast impact on other people living in the community and living many nations. Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you.
And Dr. Ben, I believe you're having some question you're willing to share.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So first of all, thank you for the team for your presentation. Although you have some technical issue here, but we do believe that the data security and also protection for the user data are very important, especially for the health data containing a lot of the sensitive information. And we also see your proposal related to the enhancement of the law in the data protection. Honestly, I'm not an expert in your field, but I think executing those policy may take some efforts and some time to do that. So my question is, so what is your expectation how we can execute those policy in the right way, or any promising plan for that? Yeah. So that's my question.
Yeah. Thank you your questions, and wait me a second. We need to.
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Well, I myself think it's a little bit disturbing while a lot of social media platforms are using our own data against us. And I think that it is time we set out boundaries where whether or not our information should be used to be sell and for other agencies. Because honestly, I'm having a lot of text message about offering me a job, offering me a work from home job that's ranging from 5 million to 10 million with just within 2 hours of working. And I don't know how they got our informations that easily. So I feel like this is really a problem that we need to put a stop to. Otherwise, it's just gonna rob our money. I actually got a text message faking my bank account that I almost entered my PIN number. I almost got there, and luckily I called my bank to cancel out my card, and that is how I know that this is a serious problem that we need to actually working on.
Yeah, totally agree with you. Yeah, about that.
Oh yeah. Yeah. In our opinion, and in the last part of our article, we found that to apply in the law to minimize the violence of information data, each individuals can also need to know how to protect personal information. And In addition, infringement of the right to keep confidential health information of the patient not only include the directory to individual, but also is called adverse impact on other people living in the community and living many implication environment for the community. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And Dr. Do Sung-Hong, do you have any questions?
No, that's all from my end.
Okay.
I just want to comment on Kim experience. Mostly, in one way or another, we agreed to share our data to them. We just didn't aware about that. But anyway, yeah.
But we have to agree on the point that it is really convenient where everyone have our information. So we go to a certain place.
It is a trade-off. If you want to use that service, at some point you need to agree with the term and conditions.
Exactly.
No one look at that 300 page of terms and conditions.
Yes, terms and conditions. Nobody have time to do that. And the simplest thing for you to look at is that when we access a free Wi-Fi, for example, at Circle K, or for example, it requires us to enter our phone number or our age or gender or jobs or salaries, etc. And that is the first step of how they get into our system, as how they get the information. But obviously, it's really convenient for us to go anywhere with our information already out there. So it's a good thing, but also a bad thing as well. So that concludes our our fourth presentations for section 1 today. And now please welcome Đỗ Nguyễn Khánh Linh and Hà Minh Hằng as the final authors for today's first section, how digital technologies contribute to global commerce transformation during COVID-19. You guys will have 5 minutes to present and then 8 minutes for the Q&A sections with our scientific council. Are you guys ready?
Okay, thank you for introducing it, and it's such an honor to be here with you today in this forum. Yes, so
best of luck. I wish you that.
Thank you. So can you wait for a second for us to get our slide to be well prepared? Okay, so hello everyone. We are Nguyễn Đỗ Khánh Linh and Hà Minh Hằng from Foreign Trade University based in Hanoi. And we'd like to welcome everyone to our presentation today. It's been the very last part of our morning session, so we hope you guys will all enjoy it. Okay, so according to the World Bank database, during the first 2 years since COVID-19 emerged as a global pandemic, the world GDP growth witnessed a substantial drop from approximately 2.6% to minus 3.4%. And the pandemic consequently raises a new problem for our economists on how to effectively prevent the outbreak of the virus, yet still maintain a stable economy. And in this new context, the interplay between the technologies and trade has proved its role in alleviating some of the social and economic consequences of the physical distancing measures. So that is the reason why we decided to choose the topic, how digital technologies contribute to global commerce transformation during COVID-19. Our presentation will include 3 main parts that you can see here on the screen. So now let's begin with the first part, the 3 main importance of digital trade on communication, market research, and real-time data. The first and foremost positive impact of digital technologies in facilitating international trade is the enhancement of bilateral communication between trading partner countries in not only negotiating and concluding commercial contracts, but also accelerating customs clearance procedures and increasing the logistic efficiencies. Such cross-border paperless trade is facilitated by the application of information and communication technologies, or we usually call it ICT for short, as well as the available access to the high-speed broadband and cybersecurity. Secondly, ICT-based technologies also emphasizes its role in encouraging firms, particularly those in the developing countries, to search for the prospective trading partner, regardless of the distance, with much lower cost. And this, as a result, improves the competitiveness and customer experience, lower trade costs through much more efficient logistics and warehousing, support assets and delivery in e-commerce markets, and bolster export growth. Finally, digitalization has also allowed technologies to equip the marine sector with new methods to gather, analyze, and exchange vital data in real time. And with the rise of the Internet of Things, smart boats with, for example, shore-based control enable ship owners to reduce costs, avoid expensive repair, and also improve the overall operational efficiencies. And now the next part of our speech will be presented by my teammate Hà Minh Hằng.
Thank you, Thành Linh. So I will move to the second part of our presentation, the change in trade pattern and digital trade trend during COVID-19. The very first trade pattern that we cannot recognize easily is the growth of cross-border commerce in service. According to WTO, the world trade in services reached $13.3 trillion in 2017, growing by 5.4% annually on average from 2005, much faster than goods trade. New ways of delivering service are being created as a result of digital technology. For example, peer-to-peer based services that facilitate the activities of providing or selling access to goods and services among individuals. The second change in trade pattern is the growth of information technology in the trade of commercial goods. The data collecting technology can accurately assess customer preferences, allowing for more personalized product creation. Customer preferences can be assembled using technology, which allows shoppers to visualize the final product. Mass customization is expected to find application in a wide range of industries, particularly those where customization would serve a functional or aesthetic purpose. About the digital trade trend during COVID-19, the pandemic has been accelerating shift to online retail, emphasizing its value in reducing economic slowdown, maintaining wellness, and accelerating recovery. By May 2020, Internet orders had increased by 50% in Europe and 120% in North America. According to the Q2 2020 report from the U.S. Census Bureau, U.S. retail e-commerce reached $211.5 billion, up 31.8% from the first quarter and 44.5% year over year. E-commerce also accounted for 16.1% of total retail sales in Q2, up from 11.8% in the first quarter of 2020. For the very last part of our presentation, we would like to briefly summarize the challenges and policies to leverage digital technology. And this part will be presented by my teammate.
Okay, thank you, Minh Hằng, for introducing me again. So significant gaps in the capacities to leverage these opportunities still exist, especially among those who are most exposed to the economic consequences of the COVID-19, and access to the internet is substantially lower in the developing nations than in the developed ones, which impact not just the capacities to telework and also to do online shopping, but also the ability for children to interact when schools are closed due to physical distancing. Moreover, government policies like taxes or product laws may limit the market access, restrain product innovations, or might increase the transaction cost, all of which disproportionately do harm to small and medium-sized enterprises. Therefore, countries should make decreasing digital service constraints a top priority in order to facilitate increased digital trade in both commodities and services. So, regarding the representative policies that we found during the pandemic outbreak in Vietnam, online trade promotion is seen as a viable and essential remedy. trade officers have flexibly applied internet information technologies under the supervision of the Ministry of Industry and Trade. And from now until 2030, the Vietnam Trade Promotion Agency is completing the VCOBIT ecosystem in order to maximize the productivity of trade promotion efforts. And this project is anticipated to drive trade promotion to become more successful and more diverse. So that is the end of our presentation. And we now open the floor for questions from the Science Council. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much and congratulations for finishing your presentation today. And may I connect with, I can see Dr. Bình Nguyen is already mic on. Do you have any questions for our authors today?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you very much for your last presentation. I think we have a lot of numbers and also the statement related to the global trading during the last 2 years, and especially for the COVID-19 pandemic situation. I'm just curious that so we see the trending, also the patterns during the COVID-19, but what is your expectation from in the case we don't have the COVID-19 situation anymore in the future, and so what is the chance maybe we can have for your conclusion? Yeah.
Okay, so we'd like to clear the question from you again once more. So you were asking about our expectations of the global commerce transformation in case the COVID-19 doesn't exist anymore, right?
Yeah, exactly. Especially for related to your research here.
Yeah. So, in fact, the era of 4.0 technologies have already like emerged before the happens of the COVID-19. I mean, in case there is no, in case the pandemic is controlled, the growth we still experience in exponential boom in the growth of technologies, and we all see that before COVID-19, economic commerce platform like Shopee or Lazada have already like developed a lot. So I think for our expectation, we could still see more growth, more further development of these e-commerce platform, and also the shift, and also witness like the shift from brick and mortar store to online store due to the swift need of delivery and also the convenience of payment methods. So yes, that is our answers.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for your question.
Yeah, that's for my question.
Thank you, Doctor. And Doctor, yes, are you ready? Are you ready to take the questions from Dr. Do Sang Hom?
Yes, we're all in.
Yeah, thanks, Linh and Han. Very interesting topic, right? Now we see e-commerce everywhere.
Yes.
But let's put something into context. One of your conclusion is that the policymakers should focus more on some kind of like regulation to support e-commerce in the years to come. But let's put that into context. Since the beginning of these sessions, we heard presentation from a range of different sectors, right? You heard from health, data policies, and so on. Do you think like e-commerce will be a significant topic that the policymaker will pay their attention to in the near future? Let's say that in the next 5 years. The reason why I give that questions is that let's think about is that the game that every provinces across Vietnam will join, or is that just for the mega cities like in Ho Chi Minh City Hanoi or some surrounding neighbors. So what's your point of view on that? Will e-commerce be a significant topic that the policymakers will pay attention to in the futures, in the next 5 years?
Okay, so firstly, we would like to from the global perspective, e-commerce has already become like a hot topic, as we have mentioned in our presentation. Some of the data, concerning the e-commerce retail revenues, for example, of the U.S., it's already reached $30.3 trillion. So I think in the next 5 years, e-commerce will also continues to grow in Vietnam, not just in mega cities, not just in big cities like Hanoi or Ho Chi Minh cities. As we can already see, e-commerce has spread. I have to before I would like to provide another information. That is that as far as we are concerned, the fixed broadband coverage in Vietnam is 95%. I mean 95%. So that's an impressive number, right? So I think this can facilitate the spread of e-commerce in Vietnam, not just in the mega cities, but also to any other province. And I think that the policy maker can play a very important role in this process. For example, as we have already mentioned in our presentation, policymakers in Vietnam, the government in Vietnam, are also trying to complete an ecosystem that is called the vehicle bits, and this is the system where buyers and sellers can interact with each other internationally to negotiate and find the potential customer, find the potential goods, potential business transactions for themselves. And this might be a milestone in the expansion of e-commerce in Vietnam.
Thanks, Linh. Very good answer, actually. I just want to share a perspective. The reason why I put that question out. I currently live in a nowhere town in Long An province. Previously I lived in Thủ Đức city in Ho Chi Minh City, and now I moved back to the rural area. What I found is that the habit of the presidents is very different relative to big cities. Another reason why I'm thinking about, you have good data from developing country, from the US, of course, because the data over there is abundant and very easy to access. But in terms in the futures, you want to go into these directions. Maybe we should base on the information in Vietnam. What is the percentage of GDP come from e-commerce? How those information change over time in the last 5 years, for example, and then we can put that into context, and then we can have a projection about how that will become in the future. And I believe that will play out as the way policymakers think about what are the resources and where they will put their resources into. Every field, everyone asks for more support, ask for more regulation to support the development, ask for more financial aid, and so on. But it's a very challenging question for the policymaker to think about where they should put more effort into. But anyway, yeah, good topic. Thank you very much.
Yes, to be honest, I would like to share a little bit more. I also live in Bắc Giang, which is a mountainous province to the north of Vietnam. And yes, we also encounter some of the difficulties when placing online order due to the distances, for example. And however, I think in order for e-commerce to expand nationwide in Vietnam, it's not just the job of the Ministry of the Industry and Trade. It also it also needs the collaboration of many other ministry and the government. For example, the transportation, which play a very important role in the delivery process. Yes. So yes.
This will be a bottom-up game, like all of the e-commerce company will play a more important role than the government in this game.
Yeah, I think the e-commerce companies should yes, of course, it's the responsibility, the job of the e-commerce companies to expand themselves first, so that the e-commerce industry can like grow beforehand. After, I mean.
Thank you. Very good discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you so much. That concludes our very last presentation for our section 1. Congratulations to all of you. You guys did amazing jobs. Honestly, I'm 21 and I cannot have the confidence enough to do what you're doing right now. So congratulations one more time. And I'm really, really thrilled. I am honored. I'm so honored to be here today joining you guys. And right now we will be taking a lunch break and we will be returning at our section for the afternoon at 2 p.m. And please get yourself ready at 1:45 so as we can begin as soon as possible. Thank you so much for your participation and see you this afternoon. Goodbye.